Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to Sedimun.com. I'm Joe Dumond. Today is Shabbat, August 13th, 2022. And we are live to you from all around the world right now. In a little while, some of these people start to fall asleep and disappear. And before I get going down my little rant and rave show here, Randy, who's doing open prayer this morning?
Brother Gary.
Brother Gary. Okay.
Father, we're so very grateful to be here today, gathered from all points around the world to glorify your name, to honor you, to realize that you are the way, the truth, and the life. And we're so very thankful that you are Jehovah, you are the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Father, as we come together, we ask for you to walk among us, because your word says that where two or three are gathered in your name, there you are in the midst of them. Open our eyes that we can see, open our ears that we can hear and listen, and our heart to have understanding of what your word actually says, and your heart and your love for us. We're so grateful. We love you, Father. May that be proven out in our obedience of your commands, of all of your word. We give you praise and honor in everything. Thank you for supplying our needs. We're so grateful for this time together. Thank you so much in Yeshua's name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Gary. And there's a ton of stuff to say, but there's no time to say it all. So we're going to get right into the Torah portion. Maybe we might come back to it at the end. We'll see how it goes. Today, okay, I'm just going to start a little bit here, maybe just a little bit. The news from Europe is that the rivers are drying up. The Rotterdam River, they can't ship their goods up and down the river right now. They have to go at least only with 1/3 of the load, because the rivers are so low. In other places, the rivers are drying up. And in Holland, and I believe Yoki said the same thing in the chat here before, that Holland, one of the wettest nations on earth, is in drought, and the farmers don't have enough water. There's serious stuff going on in Europe right now. We need to be paying attention. Jehovah is doing a work. And if we read in Revelation, they won't repent. They're only going to curse God, but they won't repent. So this is not climate change. This is Jehovah changing the climate. Okay, how's that? It's Jehovah changing the climate. He says in, where does he say it? If Egypt does not come up to Sukkot in Jerusalem, they'll get no rain. Well, any nation that doesn't come up to Sukkot is not getting any rain right now. So there's a lot of pain going on in Europe and North America. The wildfires are here, but that's old news. Like, that's, unless it's super bigger than the one last year, that's not going to make the news. So remember, the climate G27 or CAP 27 is going to be coming up here soon. They're going to be talking about global warming, cutting back emissions, raising taxes, all the same old stuff, but nothing changes. The hole in the ozone is still there. It's been there, always, could always will be there. They're not fixing it. So it's Jehovah causing the climate change, and tell people that so they get to see it. Okay, that's my rant for today. We're going to be doing the Torah portion. We're doing Leviticus 14. We're going to start with Leviticus 14. And in all the Leviticus chapters we're reading last week, this week, and the next few weeks, there's a key thing. There's a key note to remember in each one. And we'll get to that today. Who is reading Leviticus 14 for us today?
That's me.
Me, go ahead.
Oh, Sarkis has his hand up already.
We got a question first.
Oh, Sarkis, go ahead.
Yeah, a couple things. Before you start, I apologize.
No, don't apologize.
concerning to the letter you had this week about Yom Teruah, and it's similar related to what happened last week, the study, but I didn't have a chance. I got interrupted, family affairs. I'm on the East Coast, but it's related to the bitter water as well as related to the sign. So let me start with bitter water and then I'll come back to the sign, just a few minutes apart, okay?
Yep.
The bitter water is first meant bitter, the word bitter, I was going to mention it last week and I apologize, I had to leave. It's first mentioned in Genesis 27 when Esau was bitter, crying bitterly because he lost the blessing. But the next time that's mentioned bitter is hard labor. They made their lives bitter in Exodus 1:14. The next time the word is mentioned bitter is in Exodus 15:23, when they go 3 days journey from the Red Sea crossing to Marah, the springs of Marah, and they could not drink that water. So the word there, if we look at the context versus what we were talking about, wormwood and bitter water and then poison water, wherever, the key here is to understand right after crossing of the Red Sea, 3 things were happening there at the same time. They experienced bitter water. The second that they did, they murmured, complained. And the third thing was happening at the same time. Jehovah God was proving them, was testing them. And I see similarity to the next Exodus, because this is 3 days after the crossing of the Red Sea. And the point here is, how did it solve the issue of the murmuring and the bitterness and the murmur? He threw a piece of tree in there. It could be a branch, like a netzer. And when you look at that, the first time tree is mentioned is in the book of Genesis, first in the 3rd day of creation. And the next time we see in the garden, the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. What happened? When they could not drink that water, a branch, a tree was thrown in there to give them life to drink. And the next thing is mentioned, he made them, he gave them statutes and ordinances, commandments, literally, how to keep walking with him. So there's a pattern here about end times, as well as a pattern that if statutes and ordinances were given then, why are we attributing that to Mount Sinai? Because in Mount Sinai, 50 days on Pentecost, it mentions it was given then. But in reality, it was given here too, because it says. So that's an event that's important. And what it means here is he was telling them, repent, stop murmuring. Look what I've done for you, miracles. I'm going to do another one so you can live. You're not going to die because of bitter water, because I made it sweet for you. And the tree of life is sweet. It gives life, not death.
There's also
So-
that book that you eat that tastes sweet in the mouth and is bitter in the stomach.
Yes.
I'm
So
just tossing
that-
that in there because I thought of that as you were saying that.
Sure, but that's what I wanted to say in a nutshell. I said a few minutes, but now that's a reminder.
Hang on.
Hold
you're
on.
just- hang on. You're just going to leave. You're not dropping that like that, are you?
No,
I'm
I'm
trying-
connecting.
I'm
I'm
looking-
connecting.
Hang
I'm
on.
connecting to the sign.
Okay, well, wait. I'm looking at Leviticus or Exodus 15:23. What shall we drink? And then I'm trying to find where you just, if you don't heed the voice of your Lord your God and do what is right in his sight, give ear to his commandments and keep all his statutes. I will put none of the diseases on you, which I have brought upon the Egyptians, for I am the Lord who heals you. And then one of the curses in Deuteronomy is that he is going to put all the curses of the Egyptians on us
Yes.
because we don't heed. So
Yes, sir.
if you do his commandments, but he's not told them what the commandments are. So he's telling them if you do them, you're going to be blessed. So this is day 10 after the Exodus, you said? 3
No,
days
day
out,
3.
day 3. Day 3. So
On the 3rd day.
there's still 37 days away from Mount Sinai.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
Four-
Thank you. Carry on.
47.
Yes, 47. You're right.
Yeah.
Also, the bitter waters that they drank with the gold, the crushed gold, at Mount Sinai when they trespassed against God, building the calf.
Yes, that's absolutely true. I didn't want to do a study on it, but I did some of it, but I was just want to go highlight over it to explain that while we were discussing last week, if we go back to the original place where it was mentioned, bitter water, Mara springs, then it shows us what was happening. And in the end times, when we look in the book of Revelation, people were complaining and raising their fists against God. And that's similar to grumbling, murmuring, complaining, and literally forgetting what God has done for them in Egypt and what he's done for us today. And yet the solution was put a tree in the water to sweeten it. And that tree represents the tree of life. And right after that, he says, I did that to test you, to prove you. And we are going to be tested and proven until he comes. And that's where we need to prepare ourselves, not to grumble, not to complain, not to murmur with difficulties, because we're going to go through difficult times and persecution will come. And you know what? I just learned a new logo. Nobody is above the law of God. And the point behind that is we have man-made laws, and everybody's using man-made laws to live by instead of living by the law of God, Jehovah. And so that's what I wanted to share. But how do I connect that to the Yom Teruah, to the day that our Lord Jesus, Yeshua, was born? It's related to Luke chapter 2, verse 12. This shall be a sign unto you. And the word sign in Greek is the same word that we see in Isaiah 7:14, and then go back to Genesis 1:14. So if you want to show that, it's fascinating, the connection there, because the signs there.
You want me to show that on the screen?
Yeah. You start with Luke 2:12 and then Genesis 1:14. But actually Isaiah 7:14 and then Genesis 1:14.
Luke 2:12.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was a sign to you.
Yeah.
You will find the babe wrapped in, lying in a manger.
Okay.
So the
and what is
sign-
that?
So what, okay, you want me to look up the Hebrew for the sign, the word sign itself, or the
Yep.
Greek?
Yeah. Because you're going to see similarity here.
Simeon, a sign, a mark, a token, that by which a person or a thing distinguished from others and is known. But the swaddling clothes is a sign here, and the baby in the manger is a sign, right?
Yeah, but it's a sign, it's a mark, it's a token.
Okay,
Let's go back and look at Isaiah 7:14.
Okay,
A sign.
therefore the Lord himself shall give you a sign. Behold, a virgin shall conceive. Sarkis, you have no idea what you've just done. And shall
Okay.
bear a son and shall call his name Emmanuel. Okay.
Okay, keep going. What's the word sign there?
Hang on, I gotta make a note here. Just this is too funny.
Did you read his newsletter this week?
Yes, I did.
Aha.
But it's not, that's not the funny part to me. To me, the funny part is, I'll tell you in a moment. What am I doing now? I'm looking up sign here.
Look at the word sign.
A sign, okay. Plow, a mark. Where you want me to get down to the oath? A signal,
Mm-hmm.
as a flag,
going.
beacon, monument, omen, prodigy, evidence, mark, miracle, sign, token. Okay, so we have the same meaning in both places.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, carry on.
Okay. It's the same word in Genesis
Oops.
1:14, the same Hebrew word. You go Genesis 1:14.
From Genesis, sorry. Remind you this day and night and looking for signs. Okay, so there's the word signs again. A pictograph of an ox, a picture of an ox. That is the Aleph Tav.
There you go. Keep going.
Okay. As a combined, these pictures represent an ox moving towards a mark. When plowing a field with oxen, or a plowman drives the oxen toward a distance mark in order to keep the furrow straight. A traveler arrives at his destination to follow a mark. The traveling toward a mark, destination, or person, the arrival of one to the mark. A you is an individual who has arrived to a me. Okay, a you has arrived to me. The coming toward a mark, a standard, a flag with the family mark hangs as a sign. An agreement or covenant by two, where a sign or mark of the agreement is made by a reminder of both parties. Okay, carry on, Sarkis.
Keep going down.
Down where?
Keep
Where do you
going.
want? Tell me
Right
where.
there. Right there. And
Where?
sign an agreement between two parties. Sign a token, a miracle, a mark.
Oh, so
JN.
226. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay.
And if you look at it, there is a miracle. You see, there are things that are happening there. I mean, there are sign and token. But
Where
if you look,
hang on. Whoa, back up. Where did you get the miracle from?
it's right there under N.
Miraculous sign, D.
Yep.
Okay.
So now the other thing is remembrance. If you look under DBD definition.
Oh, it's also remembered right here in Brown River Briggs.
Okay. So so what does it have to do with Yom Teruah? It says, if you look at Leviticus 23, verse 20, I believe, when it says, 23. So if we read that, it says, verse 24, you shall have a Sabbath, a memorial. The word memorial, it's remembrance. It's something that has happened, that will happen. It's a mark.
So the Feast of Trumpets, we are to remember something.
Yes.
And we're to remember a mark or a miracle.
Yes. So as you see, the connection now is it's about events to be happen or to be happening.
In the future.
That is, yes. And so Yom Teruah is related to the signs. And if you look at Genesis 1:14 again, the word ut comes from the original word ut. It means the coming one or the one to come. So you see the connection there, that there's a sign.
Hang on, back up.
14.
114. And what am I looking at here?
Signs again.
Divide them for day, let them to be affirmative signs. Okay.
Okay. That's the word ut.
Yeah.
Okay. But if you look at the, if you you go one word back, H225, you'll click on it down the bottom. It'll show you where the original word comes from. It's ut, UTH. That's and it's to come. So there are multiple comings of the Messiah.
Oh, but hang on, Sarkis. No one knows the day or the hour.
Yes, I know. But I'm connecting here the dots to show that this Yom Teruah is related to 114, Genesis 1:14, to remember when he's going to come and when he comes and when he's coming again.
Brilliant.
So I'm going to leave you hanging there.
No, you're not. No, you're not. That was awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So now leaves me postponing Leviticus 14 so Sombra can take a rest now that she's not sitting in her chair. So Isaiah, Sarkis mentions Isaiah 7:14. Let me just throw that back up here again. Isaiah 7:14. Where are you? Isaiah 7:14. That's when I started to laugh because I wasn't going to talk about this right now. If we had time, we'd talk about it at the end, but he brought it up. Therefore, the Lord himself shall give you a sign. So this is when Isaiah is talking to Ahaz. I believe it's Ahaz. And demanding that Ahaz ask for a sign, as Ahaz wouldn't do it. So Isaiah says, well, I'm going to give you one anyway. And here it is. A virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. Okay, what does that mean? Well, okay, so the rabbis explain this to be Isaiah giving birth to a son and calling his name Emmanuel 9 months later or something like that. And that the prophecy was that Ahaz would be dead in 9 months after that, or something to that effect. I'm not entirely clear on it. That could be. It could be. But where did Isaiah get this prophecy? Now, Isaiah, I love. He's one of my most favorite prophets because he's reading the consolations. So if we go to the consolation of Revelation 12, consolation, go to Revelation 12, read about the consolation there. And there appeared a great sign, a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. This is the consolation of Virgo. And she, being with child, cried, like, how does a consolation cry? Come on. So John is embellishing this a little bit because constellations don't make any noise. They're stars. You don't hear them. Being with child, cried, traveling in birth and pain to deliver. And there appeared another wonder in heaven. Oh, so now we got this story being told of this another constellation in heaven called Draco, or the great serpent. Actually, Draco's a different constellation. And the serpent is about to attack the child. Why is this all funny to me this morning? Because I got an email this morning. Actually, I just read it just before we started. This person is a former Catholic, and they loved what I taught, in the newsletter this week. We've been teaching the same thing in the newsletter for years. It's a copy and paste for me, but for some people, it's brand spanking new information. I was also a Catholic, raised a Catholic, married Catholic, children confirmed Catholics at their confirmations, and then became like all other Catholics, and I attended church at Christmas and Easter, right? But when I realized the truth, learned the truth about the Virgin Mary and all that stuff that I was praying to every week, or not every week, whenever I did go. Now, the Blessed Virgin Mary, the statue of Joseph, and baby Jesus. I got upset that I was duped. I got upset that I was lied to. I got upset that I was misled by these people that I trusted to tell me about the Bible. They didn't. So in the book that we are about to release, you are going to read about Simon Magus, and you're going to read how he took over Christianity. Well, not Christianity, took over the way and called it Christianity and became the dominant source of information, which led to the universal church taking over, which led to what we now call the Catholic Church. They were sincere men trying to do the truth, but they got deceived and misled, and they were misled for a purpose, to further Jehovah's testing. As Sarkis just said, he wanted to test us, and he wants to test you now to see if you will obey. So let's go to Genesis 1, because these consolations have been up there since the beginning, and Jehovah taught them to Adam and Eve. And we read in, let me get out of here and get into here. God's creation of man and woman. Okay, the great fall, chapter 3, the fall. I put enmity here in Adam, because you have, okay, so sweat in your brow, Adam and Eve. Okay, so Adam and Eve fall, sinned into the world. Adam chooses the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Then there's a very interesting statement right here, and I got to find out which one it is. I think it's this one. First one. Adam knew Eve, his wife. Okay, he's known her for a while. They've been standing in the garden for, no, this is, he had a relationship, marital, consummated the wedding, as you will. And she conceived and bore Cain. But listen to what Eve said. I have gotten a man from Jehovah. What does that mean? Did Jehovah impregnate her? No, Adam did. Why did she say she got the man from Jehovah? I have gotten a man from Jehovah. I have gotten. So let's look this up. The pictograph of the sun horizon gathering of the light is a picture of a seed. Combined, these mean gathering for the seeds of the parent bird goes gathering materials to build a nest where you will raise their eggs. Okay, that's not what I was looking for. The Kana, obtain God of God originating. Kana, I think that's the word I want. A primitive root to erect, that is a create, by extension to procure, especially by purchase, by implication to own, provoke to jealousy, recover, redeem. I'm not sure if that's it. Maybe I got the wrong verse. The verse I'm looking for, and some of you might be able to help me, was Eve believed she had received the Messiah. Eve had received the Messiah, given birth to the Messiah. What happened when she gets another Cain, Abel, or Seth being born here? Cain knew Seth. Adam knew his wife, and she bare a son and called his name Seth. For God said to God, she said, has appointed me another seed. Is this the one I want? Another seed instead of Abel, whom Cain murdered. But she thought Cain was the seed. Anyone help me out with the verse? Do you know what I'm going? Nobody? I believe it has to do with Cana. And Eve believed that she had given birth to the Messiah. Now, why did she think that? Okay, I'm sorry I can't give you the positive proof here. The verse I'm thinking of, I apologize. I'm pretty sure it's there, though. I just haven't got the right verse. But I think the word Cana is the word that's doing the connecting to.
Try Genesis 3:16, 3:15. I'm not sure which one it was. It was in the chat.
Okay, thank you. Genesis 3:16. And the woman said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception and sorrow. Oh, this is the curse that God's laying upon him. Thy desire shall be a husband and to rule over thee. 15. And the woman put enmity between thy woman and between thy seed and her seed. And it shall, okay, yeah, that could be it too. That could
That
be
sounds
it.
like Jacob and Esau.
Yeah. But so what I'm getting at though, the point of this is that Eve, so there's nobody else on the earth. There's nobody. Adam and Eve have now sinned. They know the story of the stars. Because the story, in Psalms, what is it, Psalm 119, no, Psalm 19, every night the stars go forth to give you the whole story, the plan of salvation right there. Why don't we go and read that, Joe? Yeah, okay, let's go read it.
You see the Virgo in
Hang on, don't get ahead of me yet, Glenn. Psalm 19, no, Psalm 19. Psalm 19. The heavens declare. So the heavens declare the glory of Jehovah, and the expanse proclaims his handiwork. Day unto day, every day, they pour forth speech. The heavens pour forth speech, and night unto night reveals knowledge. How do they do that? There is no speech, nor are these words. Their voice is never heard. He's talking about the consolations. Their line, this is there's a line that they follow every night, goes through all the heaven, and their words to the ends of the world. In them he has set the tabernacle for the sun. And he comes forth as a bridegroom from the canopy. He rejoices as a strong man to run a race. Again, he's talking about the consolations, revealing the story of the plan of salvation. If you look up there, the entire plan is there. It's amazing to see it. No, we're not talking about astrology. We're talking about astronomy. And Jehovah taught these things to Adam. The story was there. So let's get out of here. Now Eve is thinking that she gave birth to a son. Eve is thinking that she is Virgo. And the child is the Virgo giving birth to the child. That child was Cain. Cain was the first child. They have sinned. They've been kicked out of the Garden of Eden. Now she knows the story, and the first child is going to be the Messiah. It only made perfect sense, right? Why should we have billions and billions of children suffer all these years when we can get this over with the very first child right now? But it didn't work out the way they thought it was going to. They misapplied the consolation to Cain.
We wouldn't have learned anything if it had all happened in the first child.
But yeah, we got 6,000 years to look back on to say that. But at the time, there's only two people in the entire world, a bunch of dinosaurs, and this new thing that just came out of you. And wow, this must be it. This got to be that Messiah that's coming out of Virgo. Okay. So, we wait, what, 20 some odd years, 30 years for him to grow up and kill his brother? Oh, that didn't work out, right? So we have that consolation still up there, still being read, still being taught. Now we fast forward and come to Noah. Noah and his wife and his 3 sons and their 3 wives are the only people on all the earth. The same constellation appears in the sky every night. Virgo, giving birth, clothed with the sun. Generally, that's around September, August, September, October. Whether it's, the sun clothes her in the head or the mid body or down in the feet, depends on the time of year. but it clothes her. So, okay. But there's another woman now, the mother of all living. That's Noah's wife. She's the mother of Shem, Japheth, and Ham. Turns out, she becomes the mother of, I think, Cush and Nimrod. Mythology calls it Horus. The Bible calls it Canaan, the bastard child, the mother of all living. But that mother of all living, unlike Eve, went on to make herself greater than Noah, greater than Horus or Canaan or Ham, greater than Nimrod, greater than Cush. And that legend persevered down to our time today. So that legend is the mother and son that we see worshiped in the Catholic Church. The mother and child is Noah's wife and Canaan, or Noah's wife and Ham, or Noah's wife and Cush, or Noah's wife and Nimrod. Depending on which legend you want to listen to, they get jumbled up. But Ham had relations with his mother and gave birth to Canaan. And that's the story we read in the Bible. Now, all mythology is wrapped around that story. And that consolation of Virgo is used by these religions as proof that this is real and this is good. Sarkis, go ahead.
Don't mean to contradict you. I don't think that was his mother. That was his stepmom.
Who's stepmom?
Ham, because it never mentions that's their mother. It says Noah's wife, and so if you look at Torah portion, it talks about different type of exposure to the father's wife as their mother, or as their father's wife, or their father's concubine, and so this is tradition, and I'm willing to contradict tradition that he did not go into his mother; he went into his stepmom, and we see that happen with Jacob's wife, where Simeon went to his stepmom, not his mother.
Reuben,
And,
you mean?
yes,
Reuben, not Simeon.
Reuben. I'm sorry, yeah,
Yeah.
Reuben. And
Yeah.
the point here is there's a distinction between mother and son versus stepmother and son, or concubine and son. We see that with Absalom doing the same thing with David's.
So you've just said, and you're opening up another can of worms, that Noah had more than one wife?
No, probably his wife, original wife that bore his children, probably are dead. This is my speculation. And that he had
So this
wife.
is the book of Sarkis, chapter 1.
No, it is. Yeah, words have meanings, and we need
I
to
agree.
pay attention to the words that Scripture mentions. It never mentions the mother of those three children, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. It never mentions it. At the
Nope.
same time,
What
at
it
the
does
same
so,
time-
what it does say though, Sarkis, is that Ham uncovered Noah's nakedness.
yes, and when
And
we look at that in Torah portions, it's very clear. What does that mean?
We're going to actually be covering that here in the next week or two.
Yeah.
In one of the portions that we're going to be doing here.
Yeah,
I think it's chapter 18.
probably.
Yeah, so we're going to get to that. Let me finish this here. We can disagree
Sure.
on this, because the point of this being that the mother of all living, the mother of Ham, Nimrod, Ham, Japheth, and Shem, and all the children after that, is Noah's wife. And she becomes a god, and that god becomes a statue in all of our churches today, It started off as Diana or Mars, or I forgot the one in Hindu, the Hindu god Pravna. I'm not sure if I got that right. And in the Asian god, she's got a different name, but she's still the same god, the mother of all living, Mother Earth, Mother Nature. These all come from this same misapplication or misunderstanding. This same false deity who died, because she did die, but her memory was perpetuated through these myths. All pagan religions continue to honor her or build shrines and temples towards her, whether it's Hindu, Asia, or the Mediterranean people. She survived all of them and kept on going. Romans called her, I think, Diana. The Greeks called her maybe Diana too. I forget. She
Aphrodite.
got so many. Aphrodite,
Somebody
Semiramis.
said Isis and Tammuz.
Isis is Tammuz is not. Tammuz is the male part, which is the father who gets killed. But Isis, is the Isis or is Isis the male part or the female? I get those two mixed up as well. But anyway, there in every one there's the same one, and she's always depicted holding, or Hathor, Isis and Hathor. Hathor is a cow god, and the bull is the Apis.
Artemis?
Artemis, yeah, that's another one. And so we have all these different traditions of mythology coming down to us, but it all springs from this constellation of Virgo giving birth to the Netzar, or the branch, being misapplied to different people. Eve did it. Noah's wife has done it. And now we continue to, well, we did until our eyes were opened up, to pray to that same false god. So what happens now, we realize how horrible this was, that we've done this thing, but that's all New Testament stuff. So we stopped reading the New Testament to get away from that horror that we've been doing, praying to this false god statue, Virgo, the constellation of the and the stars that we're not supposed to be praying to. Again, we're talking about astronomy versus astrology. Astrology is evil. So we've done that, but does that throw out the New Testament? No. Does that throw out Paul? No, because the New Testament and Paul are all based on Torah. So I wasn't going to talk about that till the end, but now that we brought it up, or Sark has brought it up, I laughed because I guess the Holy Spirit wanted it brought up now. So I hope I've covered that enough. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, this stuff about the constellations and Artemis or Diana reminds me of Acts chapter 19, the riot in Ephesus, because the metal forgers were making little idols or statues of Artemis. And it made me think, I've heard that same rock that fell from the sky, is the actual rock that the Muslims have in Mecca. And that is the same type of riot that was kind of carried through the centuries, where they chant, and that day they said, "Great is Artemis." Now they say, "Great is Allah." But I'm wondering if that meteorite, they believe, this is just conjecture, but maybe they believe that meteorite came from that constellation. You never know. Just a thought, just because they're attributing that meteorite to the goddess. So just something to toss out. Somebody else might want to research that more, but that's Acts 19.
I don't think they would be attributing that meteorite to a goddess.
I'm thinking at Acts 19 they did.
Acts 19 they did, yeah. Okay, but not the
yeah, I've heard it's the same. That was the same meteorite that was through the ages carried, and then it was kind of captured by the Muslim invasions, and they made it into a holy stone, because they have something about rocks. I don't know the details, but that was one of the rocks, and they believe that was a rock that they they have in Mecca, that same stone that was believed to fall from heaven. I'm not sure on this, just conjecture, but I thought I'd toss it out there for other people to research, because we're hitting a lot of the stuff. That's
Yep.
all.
So again, we're coming up to the Feast of Trumpets, and we're coming up to the birth of Yeshua, and we're the birth of Jehovah. And this is, what I said in the newsletter this week was, because we've come out of Christianity and Christmas and December 25th and all that, we shun this stuff with a 10-foot pole, not wanting to get duped back in again. Okay, and that's part of our learning curve, part of our growing up thing. But at some point, we got to become mature. This is one of the great days in the Bible. And everything that's taken place in the Feast of Trumpets is right there in Luke. It's such an amazing thing to see. So we should not run away from it. We should rejoice in it. It's like, I don't like rainbow flags. I should be rejoicing in the rainbow flag, because that's a covenant Jehovah made with Noah. But just because somebody else has hijacked it doesn't make it wrong. Okay, I know I have a yes, there's that okay.
That, Joe, is an interesting concept. Just to jump in on you, sorry. Interesting concept. They hijacked, I'll use the word they without qualifying, because we know what it's all talking about, right? They hijacked the rainbow flag from Jehovah. Well, that would be interesting. We could steal it back. That would make them mad, I bet.
Yeah.
That would take some effort, I'm sure, but if you understand what I'm saying, you could actually steal it back.
I wouldn't
They
say
didn't
steal it
really.
back. We didn't use it in the first place. We didn't honor it. We let it fall into derision, or
Yes, because righteous men did nothing. This is what we got.
yeah.
But if you were to explain to them that this is the true message of your rainbow, they might drop it. Just a
It's
thought.
not the same flag, the same rainbow. The LGBT is 6 colors excluding pink, whereas Noah's has 7 and has pink, and you'll notice that. So they didn't really take it. They kind of, what's the word? It's a, what is it? It's not hijacked. It's
Imperfect imitation.
imitation. Yes. Imitation.
Facsimile.
Yes, but it's not. It's missing the pink and there's 7 in Noah's. So remember that. 6 is the number of man, and it fits perfectly with their flag.
Okay, Sarkis, go ahead.
Since they brought up the issue of rainbow, it's the same thing. It's the sign that we see, that it's the same word in Genesis 9, 13 and 14. It's the sign, and it's a token. And I think it's critical to understand the sign of the end times. It's the same one as the rainbow. It's coming here, and it's right in our face, in their face, and
very good point, Sarkis. Yeah, it's another sign. It's another sign of the oath, the covenant that was made with Jehovah and earth, and we just ignore it.
Yep.
Very good. And being brought up at the end of this age is kind of like, wow, perfect timing.
Which is why they can't imitate it exactly, because if they imitated it exactly, it would be making covenant with Jehovah, but they can't make covenant with Jehovah. They have to make covenant with something else.
It's imitation, just like Mary worship is an imitation.
Yeah. Aaron, go ahead.
I had an interesting revelation about that last night. I was just thinking about the rainbow and whatnot, because in Native American culture, there's a prophecy about in the end, like in near the end times, that there will be the rainbow warriors that will come to that will change the world with love. And so I haven't taken that too seriously, but didn't quite, was trying to figure out how that might kind of correlate. And then I was like, what? Well, it kind of got twisted in my mind because of that certain situation where they have the rainbow flag and they're kind of preaching, oh, love as like tolerance. And so I was like, is that it? I was like, that can't be it. But then I was like, wait, no, Torah is love. And that's the rainbow. Like that could also be a similar, like a prophecy regarding a people of the covenant that are trying to change the world with love, with Torah. That was just something that, I don't know, came to my mind, last night. And I thought that was interesting because I always wondered about, like different teachings or different cultures have certain things that are maybe out of line or maybe in line. And so I was always wanting to place that. And it just meant a lot to me anyways, to see that it could be in line with Torah, about the rainbow warriors, with it being like us people that are keeping covenant, bringing about change in the world with the Torah, which is love.
Interesting. Very good. Thank you. Philemon, go ahead. You have to unmute.
How are we supposed to deal with, even though in Africa, or I can say in our community, we don't have any case of the LGBTs, but how are we supposed to deal with them? Because on the other side, we shouldn't associate in any way with the sinners. But you
Okay,
find
so
people
let me,
also say,
oh, sorry, I cut you off, sorry.
I think my question is just over that. How do we go about with them?
Okay, so you go about with them the same way you go about with you. You didn't keep the Sabbath before you learned about the Sabbath, and before that you were a sinner. Correct? You still, you specifically yourself, you're still learning about the holy days, so you didn't keep any holy days before, so you are still a sinner, correct? You never kept the sabbatical years before. And a lot of you haven't done that before. So you are still sinners, correct?
Yeah.
What's the difference between you and the LGBT person? Nothing. They're just sinners, the same as you are. If you lied to somebody yesterday, it's just a little white lie, you're the same as LGBT. You're still a sinner. It's not how great is your sin, whether you get, I've murdered 50 people, or like Lamech said, I've killed 70 people, or Hitler, who's killed millions. You're still just a sinner. It's a 3-letter or 4-letter word, 5-letter word, 6-letter word. So it's SINNER, sinner. We are all sinners. So whether you're a prostitute, or an adulterer, or a luster after the flesh, you are just as guilty and the same in Jehovah's eyes as a LGBT person. You are a sinner. You don't get any special status because your sin is one flavor. You're still a sinner. Anyone who repents from any of those sins is welcome into the kingdom of Jehovah. So some of us aborted our children. That's murder. Some of us have lied and caused other people to be killed because of our mouth. That's murder. Some of us did not stand up to teach the truth. And then that let other people commit their sins. That too is murder. By keeping your mouth shut, you're murdering your brother. And his guilt will be on your head. So sin is sin. What color it is, what flavor it is, doesn't matter. It's still a sin. So when people repent, they're more than welcome. We have in siteofmoon.com people who have done a lot of different things in the past that are pretty terrible. but they're now brothers and sisters with me because they're now keeping Torah. And they're going to fall and they're going to relapse and they're going to go back. And I might not like them for a short period, but when they come back, they're still my brothers and my sisters, as long as they keep Torah. Okay, does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense, and thank you very much. Although I wanted also to ask something about the mystery of the Jewish rapture of
Nope,
2032, but I
nope,
think
nope, nope,
I need
nope,
to
nope,
ask it
nope, nope,
later
nope, 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 nope,
today.
nope, 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 nope. We're not gonna get distracted going there. I got a Torah portion to get to. I'm trying to get there. We're just about there. So we're not gonna go into the
Thank
mystery of
you.
the Jewish rapture today.
Thank you.
But if you got a specific question, don't be afraid to write me. You can write me about it. Sombra, go ahead.
I was just going to say that how do we behave? How do we treat the sinner? The same way Jehovah treats us, and we serve a God who defines himself. And we prayed about it in our Selichot prayers earlier, and it's from Exodus 34, verses 6 and 7. It says, Jehovah, Jehovah, Jehovah is God, merciful and compassionate. This is describing himself. How do we behave with sinners? Same way he behaves with us, merciful and compassionate, slow to anger, rich in grace and truth, showing grace to the 1000th generation, forgiving offenses, crimes, and sins, yet not exonerating the guilty, but causing the negative effects of the parents' offenses to be experienced by their children and grandchildren, and even by the 3rd and 4th generation. We are to love the same way he loves us.
Right. Okay.
Now
Thank you.
Leviticus 14.
Yeah, thank you, Sarkis, for derailing us for this past 2 hours. Oh, it's only been an hour. And
My pleasure.
no, it was good, very good. Sombra, if you can read the Leviticus 14, I have to call my mom. She's been calling here, so I'll
Okay.
disappear for a moment and then I'll be back.
Okay. And I have lots to share about this chapter, so if Joe doesn't get back in time, I can.
We'll read it. We'll read the chapter first,
Yeah,
and then we'll come back and discuss it afterwards.
right. Okay.
Okay?
Okay. So Adonai said to Moshe, this is to be the law concerning the person afflicted with Arat on the day of his purification. He is to be brought to the Cohen, and the Cohen is to go outside the camp and examine him there. If he sees that the Arat sores have been healed in the afflicted person, then the Cohen will order that 2 living clean birds be taken for the one to be purified, along with cedar wood, scarlet yarn, and hyssop leaves. The Cohen is to order one of the birds slaughtered in a clay pot over running water. As for the live bird, he is to take it with the cedar wood, scarlet yarn, hyssop, and dip them and the living bird in the blood of the bird slaughtered over running water, and sprinkle the person to be purified from the Arat 7 times. Next, he is to set the live bird free in an open field. He who is to be purified must wash his clothes, shave off all of his hair, and bathe himself in water, and then he will be clean. And after that, he may enter the camp, but he must live outside his tent for 7 days. On the 7th day, he is to shave off all the hair off his head. Also his beard and his eyebrows, he must shave off all his hair. And he is to wash his clothes and bathe his body in water, and he will be clean. On the 8th day, he is to take 2 male lambs without defect, 1 female lamb in its first year without defect, and 6½ quarters of fine flour for a grain offering mixed with olive oil, and 2/3 of a pint of olive oil. And the Cohen, purifying him, is to place the person being purified with these items before Adonai at the entrance of the tent of meeting. The Cohen is to take one of the male lambs and offer it as a guilt offering with 2/3 pint of olive oil, and then wave them as a wave offering before Adonai. He is to slaughter the male lamb at the place in the sanctuary for slaughtering sin offerings and burnt offerings, because the guilt offerings belongs to the Cohen, just like the sin offering. It is especially holy. The Cohen is to take some of the blood of the guilt offering and put it on the tip of the right ear of the person being purified, on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. Next, the Cohen is to take some of the 2/3 pint of olive oil and pour it into the palm of his own left hand, dip his right finger into the oil that is in his left hand, and sprinkle from the oil with its finger 7 times before Adonai. And then the Cohen is to put some of the remaining oil in his hand, on the tip of the right ear of the person being purified, on the thumb of the right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot, and on the blood of the guilt offering. Finally, the Cohen is to put the rest of the oil in his hand on the head of the person being purified, and the Cohen will make atonement for him before Adonai. The Cohen is to offer the sin offering and make atonement for the person being purified because of his uncleanness. Afterwards, he is to slaughter the burnt offering. The Cohen is to offer the burnt offering and the grain offering on the altar. Thus the Cohen will make atonement for him, and he will be clean. If he is poor, so that he can't afford to do otherwise, he is to take one male lamb as a guilt offering to be waved, to make atonement for him, 2 quarts of fine flour mixed with olive oil for a grain offering, 2/3 of a pint of olive oil, and 2 doves or 2 young pigeons, such as he can afford, the one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering. On the 8th day, he will bring them to the Cohen for his purification, to the entrance of the tent of meeting before Adonai. The Cohen is to take the lamb of the guilt offering and the 2/3 of a pint of olive oil and wave them as a wave offering before Adonai. He is to slaughter the lamb of the guilt offering, and the Cohen is to take some of the blood of the guilt offering and put it on the tip of the right ear of the person being purified, on the thumb of his right hand, and on the big toe of his right foot. The Cohen is to take some of the olive oil and put it into the palm of his own left hand, and sprinkle it with the right hand some of the oil that is in his left hand 7 times before Adonai. The Cohen is to put some of the oil in his hand on the tip of the right ear of the person being purified, on the thumb of his right hand of the person being, on the toe of his right foot, in the same place as the blood of the guilt offering. Finally, the Cohen is to put the rest of the oil in his hand on the head of the person being purified, to make atonement for him before Adonai. He is to offer one of the doves or young pigeons, such as the person can afford, whatever his means suffice for, the one as a sin offering and the other as a burnt offering, with the grain offering. Thus the Cohen will make atonement before Adonai for the person being purified. Such is the law for the person who has Arat as sores, if he cannot afford the usual elements used for his purification. Adonai said to Moshe and Aharon, when you have entered the land of Canaan, which I am giving you as a possession, and I put an infection of Tza'arat in a house in the land that you possess, then the owner of the house is to come and tell the Cohen, it seems to me that there may be an infection in the house. The Cohen is to order the house emptied before he goes in to inspect the infection, so that everything in the house won't be made unclean afterwards. The Cohen is to enter and inspect the house. He will examine the infection, and if he sees that the infection is in the walls of the house with greenish or reddish depressions that seem to go in deeper than the surface of the walls, he is to go out of the house to its door and seal up the house for 7 days. The Cohen will come back on the 7th day and examine the house, and if he sees that the infection is spread over its walls, he is to order them to remove the infected stones and throw them into some unclean place outside the city. Next, he is to have the inside of the house thoroughly scraped, and the scraped off plaster is to be discarded outside the city in an unclean place. And finally, other stones must be set in the place of the first stones and other plaster used to replaster the house. If the infection returns and breaks out in the house after the stones have been removed and the house scraped and plastered, and then the Cohen is to enter it and examine it. If he sees that the infection has spread in the house, it is a contagious Arat in the house. It is unclean. He must break down the house and take its stones, timber, plaster out of the city to make an unclean place. Moreover, whoever enters the house at any time while it is sealed up will be unclean until evening. Whoever lies down or eats it in the house must wash his clothing. If the Cohen enters examining and sees that the infection has not spread in the house, since it was plastered, then he is to declare the house clean because the infection is cured. To purify the house, he is to take 2 birds, cedar wood, scarlet yarn, and hyssop leaves. He is to slaughter one of the birds in a clay pot over running water. He is to take the cedar wood, the hyssop, the scarlet yarn, and the live bird, and dip them in the blood of the slaughtered bird and in the running water, and sprinkle the house several times. He will purify the house with the blood of the bird and the running water, and the live bird, the cedar wood, the hyssop, and the scarlet yarn. But he is to set the live bird free outside the city in an open field. Thus it will make atonement for the house, and it will be clean. Such is the law for all kinds of tsaharat sores, for a crusty area, for tsaharat in a garment, or for a house, for a swelling, for scabs, and for a bright spot, to determine when it is clean and when it is unclean. This is the law concerning tsaharat.
Thank you, Sambra. We may not get any other portions read today.
I have 4 pages of notes.
This is huge what we're talking about here. And for those of you that are new, get some fresh piece of papers, get lots of them, and start writing, because you don't have enough time to write down everything you're about to learn. And this is just a huge, huge chapter. And if, I'm going to be so bold to say, and it's not correct, but it's not even talking about leprosy here. Got nothing, it's got nothing to do with it, really.
It's about any sin that spreads throughout the camp.
So you kept saying Sederot, or not Sederot?
Sarat.
No, what was Sarat? Okay, so is that the actual Hebrew word there?
Yeah.
Let's start there. Leviticus 14. 14, give me a verse. You got a verse?
For the words
55. How about 55?
It's right in verse 14, verse 1. Verse 2. This is to be the law concerning the person afflicted with Arat on the day of his purification.
Leper of the leper in the day of his cleansing, he shall. So leper is the word I'm
Leper,
looking
yeah.
for. Okay.
Yeah.
Infect, welt, an infection of the skin, usually leprosy, that causes welts Also an infection of the mildew or mold. So some of you may be familiar with black mold, as well as on clothing or a building. Now we've seen mold on clothing as well. So we're 6879, to be infected with leprosy, mildew, or mold. Leprous. Okay. Sarah. To be diseased of skin, be leprous, to be leper, to have leprosy. A primitive root to scourge, that is intransitively and figuratively to be stricken with leprosy, leprous. Okay, Sombra, I'll let you go loose now. Do you want me to leave this up or go?
Well, we could keep that up. Okay, so Arat is basically anything that spreads. So last week we talked about how it can be Lashon Harah and how Lashon Harah spreads, right? It's any sin which spreads. Any sin which makes you unclean, which spreads. So, one of the things about Lashon Harah is, if I speak Lashon Harah and then you turn around and you repeat it, well, now it is spread. It's not just my sin, it has spread into the community. But it's not just Lashon Harah that spreads. One of the things that, so we've talked about the sin of LGBTQ. So it used to be that was a sin that was in hiding. Those people who committed that sin, they kept it in hiding. But then they came out of the closet and it became, this sinner is out of the closet. Well, then it became, now we have to accept this sin. We have to accept the sinner and his behavior, but now we have to accept it in our whole community. We have to accept it. See how it has spread throughout our whole community. It's the spreading process, which is the impure part. It's the fact that things become acceptable. And it's not just LGBTQ.
Hang on, and I gotta throw in a Seinfeld episode here. Not that there's anything wrong with it. If you watch Seinfeld, that's a running joke. Not that there's anything wrong with it.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Well, because I was going to say the same thing with heterosexual sex, right? It used to be that people didn't have sex outside of wedlock in public. That was a big no-no. And then it became that, we had the hippie age and love and sex and love and free love and free. And then sex outside of wedlock was kind of a normal thing. And now sex outside of wedlock with multiple people is just an activity. It's just something fun to do and is totally acceptable, even amongst Christians. There are plenty of Christians who have not married. And I'm not talking about our Christian or our Canadian or American laws with regard to marriage. I'm talking about making a vow, a public vow that you are going to be committed to this person forever. They just live together and they call that marriage, and it's not. You have to make a public declaration in order for it to be a covenant. So anyhow,
there's also the false teachings. The one I'm thinking of right away is the false teaching of changing the start of the year from Aviv to the 7th month, and how that has spread and caused many to sin. That also affected the Jubilee year or the sabbatical year, how that has spread. And it's how sin spreads. It's the spreading of sin, and how it doesn't just spread and remain the same. It spreads and comes back, like COVID spreading, and it's coming back in BA5 now, BA4. We had the South African version, then the Brazilian version, then the British version, and it keeps spreading and changing and mutating. That's the word I'm looking for, mutating. But it's still sin.
Right.
Okay, Sombrick, do you want to carry on?
I don't know. Sarkis has got his hand up, and
okay, Sarkis,
I don't know if we've got another hour's worth of Sarkis's questions.
No, go ahead. This is all good. It's all good.
What's the root cause of the word spreading? And that is, it goes back to Genesis chapter 3, verse 4, where the serpent said unto the woman, you shall not surely die. Basically, the reason sin spreads is because we make God, Jehovah, a liar, just like the serpent has done in Genesis 3. And as a result, when we make Jehovah a liar, we become above the law of God. And as a result, there's no law. We're not under the law that we could do whatever we want. That's the biggest lie. And leprosy is a physical phenomenon that is people could see, but versus sin like adultery or stealing or killing, many of it is hidden sin, or lust. It's all hidden sin, but eventually as becomes accepted, it becomes open, and they still won't see it because it's an issue of the heart. Versus leprosy, it's a physical, they could see it. That's my 2 cents.
No, I owe you change. Very good. I'm just trying to take note because there's so much here. It's all good stuff.
Yeah. Again, like you said, there's such good stuff. When I did my teaching on Leviticus 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, Leviticus 1, I'm just going to recap quickly. Leviticus 1 is the free will offering. In other words, I have to choose to lay down my will and enter into his presence. I have to lay down my will. That's my free will and offering. I'm going to put everything else aside, no matter what life is doing. I'm coming to him. The next one is the Mincha offering. And the Mincha offering is when I come into relationship with him. I'm going to engage in the relationship. We call it a meal offering. I'm going to sit down at the table like having a date with God. I'm going to engage in conversation over that meal offering. The next one is the shalom, or the peace offering. And that peace offering means I'm going to put him as king over everything. He is my ruling authority. Therefore, everything else that happens in life, I'm at peace because he's the authority over all things. The word peace means to destroy the authority of chaos. So if he is my king and he's my authority, then chaos can no longer be my authority. Chaos will still happen around me, but chaos is not my authority. So then the next offering is my sin offering. I'm going to come and I'm going to confess to him my sins, and he's going to forgive me. And then the fourth one, Leviticus 5, is about this purification offering, the Assam offering. And unfortunately, one of the things that we have been taught in our history is that you can't come before a holy God in your sin. So you have to purify yourself first so that you can come into his presence. So
Come
why
as
is
you are.
that at
Come
the
on.
end?
We have
Sorry?
all these songs. Come as you are.
Yes, but that's not really what we're taught. We're taught that he's so holy you can't come before him in your mess.
Well, we're
But
come as you
look-
change. Is that what you're saying? Is that we have to change the words of that song? Come as you are? No, it's come as you change. Come when you change.
Well, I guess the problem is when people say, I've got the blood of Jesus, I'm purified. And the thing is, it's a process. You've got to go through all of this process in order to get to the purification. Purification is the last step in all of this. So here we are. We come to Leviticus.
Did you miss the trespass offering?
Well, no, that's the sin offering. That's Leviticus 4.
Okay.
So here we are. We're actually at Leviticus 14, and we're talking now about, okay, so the sin has spread. And so the first thing that we have to do is the priest has to check the person who has the spreading and find out if the spreading is ceased. And if the priest has decided that the spreading has ceased, in other words, if I was a gossip before, I was guilty of that gossip. If I have confessed that I was a gossip and now I have submitted to God and I've repented and I've asked for forgiveness and I'm choosing to change my ways, Now the priest has to come and check to find out if I'm still a gossip. Am I still spreading gossip? Am I still encouraging other people to spread gossip? When he has ascertained that I'm no longer part of the spreading of sin, now he can say, okay, so now it's time for your purification offering. So the first thing we need for that purification offering is called shani. We need, it says, okay, you want to bring up the,
Where am I going?
Leviticus 14. No, you're way back up. We're like more like verse 1 and 2. So verse 5. The Cohen is to order one of the birds. So before the one of the birds, verse 4. Then the Cohen will order that 2 living clean birds be taken. So 2 is the word shani. Shani is the sharp teeth of continuance. Sharp teeth. So you've got to break something. You've got to destroy something. You've got to destroy what's continuing. And so we use that word shani as like a second time or a next or repeating. But it's also, because you're talking about the teeth, you're talking about the red color of the gums. So we've got to bring 2 of birds, twittering, hopping, life-giving, vibrant, right? And then the next word is, I think is clean, right?
Alive?
Alive, yeah. And that's alive is chai, which is life and reviving. So you're bringing these, you're going to crush the continuance of something, and you're going to bring back to life something that is alive. There's a picture of resurrection right there. So we're going to start this process of purification with a picture of resurrection. The next word is, was it tar?
Clean.
Is it cedar wood?
Tar?
Yeah. No. The
No,
word
it's
clean. The
clean
word clean.
Yeah.
So that word clean is a picture of a basket containing a man. So in other words, like Noah's Ark, or like Paul, when he gets put in the basket, taken down, it's a rescuing. It's a picture of this person is good, but he's being rescued. It's clean. It's being made pure. And then we have the word for, I think it's the word for cedar.
Yep.
And it's the word raz or arats, which is this word. We've got the word cedar wood there. And the picture that it's talking about is removing the bark, and then the bark has all these strings, and then these strings you can twist and turn into and make into rope, and you can make it strong by these twisted fibers, but it's thin, and it's the word bound is in there. So we're going to be bound to something. The next thing that is the word eitz. We're going to be bound to something that's firm and upright, a tree, or the council of the elders. We're going to be bound to something that is righteous. Then the next thing we get, again, we have another 2, or we've got scarlet is the word shani, which is, again, is this concept of repeating, is because it's second, but it's red like the gums. What is red like the gums? Well, we kind of have this word cloth or yarn dyed, but it's a something, and it's from the crushing of maggots. When you crush the maggots, you get this thing that can dye the cloth. So again, you've got this crushing thing, but it's also the color of our throat. So when you've got that sore throat and you open your mouth and you've got this sore throat, it's red. So keep thinking about all these pictures, right? We're gonna twist something and we're gonna make it upright so that it's red. You know, like when you think about twisting something and rubbing something together, you get red friction on your hands, right? It's a hard work to make something straight and right again. And then we have the word sav, which is the sickle for the house, or food for the house. It's sav. So then that's the something yellowish, or pus, or hyssop. I have my little bottle of hyssop here. So we pour the hyssop on. But when you think about it, if you're rubbing something, I went for a run on my treadmill this week barefoot. I got blisters on the balls of my feet. Let me tell you, I know about yellowish pus. Oh my goodness. Anyhow, you're going to take one bird over running water. You're going to take that alive bird. You're going to kill it into a pot and contrast. So you've got this dead bird in contrast. Lori Dawn says too much information. You've got this live bird or dead bird in contrast with the living waters, and it's held in a vessel. And then you've got to take the other bird and these other things. So you're going to take this hopping, twittering bird, which is life. You're going to take that basket, that thing that rescues. You're going to take that twisting thing. You're going to take the thing that makes it right. The red thing. You're going to take the cloth, or the crushing of the magnet. You're going to take the sickle, which is the food for the house, which is provided for you. You're going to take the yellowishness, and you're going to dip that, all those things, into the blood, and you're going to sprinkle it on the person. And I love all the images that come from these words that we don't really get when we just read it in English. You have to get to the depths of these words and understand their meaning. Think about the picture. If something comes before you like this, wow, it's so alive and vivid. How do I make myself clean? It's hard work to fix your ruined reputation. When you have sinned, you ruined your reputation. It's hard work to get back your reputation. You have to prove it to people. Now, the next thing we have is he's supposed to shave his head, and he comes from outside the camp and he comes back to the camp with this shaved head. Everybody's going to look at him and know, oh, well, you were outside the camp. You've got this shaved head. In my books, in my way of thinking, I don't want to have anything to do with him. But the priest has already said, no, he's ready to come back. He isn't spreading this anymore.
So are you, hang on, just let me jump in on that. Are you saying that sin is spread through red beards and hair?
But it's definitely spread through the crushing of the thing that spreads. Yeah. So then this unshaven person comes back into the camp. Well, he doesn't get to come back into the
shaved
camp.
person. He's
Sorry, the
totally
shaven
shaved.
person comes back into the camp, but he's not allowed to go hide in his house. He has to sit outside his house for 7 days. People are going to see him. People are going to know that he has stopped spreading something. It's a good testimony.
And today that may seem weird, but when this is actually being practiced, it's going to become normal.
Yep.
You'll be okay, good. He's
Yep.
cleansed.
So he sits outside his house for 7 days. Oh, not only that. Okay, back to this bird that got dipped in the blood. Now this bird that got dipped in the blood, I'm going to release that bird. In other words, all this purification, it's over now. It's done with. It gets to go, and we don't have to dwell on this anymore. It gets to go. We get to move on from there. So then, yeah, we should be celebrating this shaven person. And because the fact that the priest is bringing him through this purification process means that it's over. He's healed from this impurity. It's kind of like the picture of the prodigal son. Yes, we know the prodigal son, when he was gone, he was living with the pigs.
So let me interrupt you here, because Eric just tripped my brain again, and I hadn't saw it till just now. You're saying verse 8, 14 verse 8, but he who is cleansed shall wash his clothes and shave off his hair and wash himself in water, that he may be clean. After he shall come into the camp, so he's now brought back in, and shall stay outside his tent for 7 days.
Yep.
Now, Eric just said that's like the priest at the Mishkan, which I never
Yep.
thought of.
That's a dedication, a rededication again of
It's
this
exactly
person.
what it is.
Yeah.
The Mishkan is representative of the house of Jehovah, and your house is representative of the Mishkan. So, because, that was leading me. Can I interrupt you now? I'm going to change,
Absolutely. I've got more, but yes, you can interrupt me.
because that leads me to verse 33, right to the end. Verse 33, right to the end. Oh, Eric, come on in, Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me all right? I'm kind of in a bad area, but I
Yeah,
don't know.
go ahead.
Okay. Well, I just want to, what he's doing in the physical with the leprosy is just something that he's teaching us about what goes on when we all become priests, because eventually we all become a nation of priests.
Yeah.
So what he's doing in the physical realm with leprosy is exactly what he's doing in the spiritual realm. If you don't address the problem with leprosy, you're like the walking dead. And he's basically saying, if you do not become priest unto me by accepting me as your high priest, he says, you will be a nation of priests unto me. So he's saying it's important that you address this issue, because you are born dead. You are born to where if you don't address the issue, it will not go away by ignoring you. You have to make a decision to come close to me, because I'm the only one that can spiritually and physically cleanse you. And that's what I think this leprosy is all about.
Right.
Yeah, you know what? There's so much here. So if we take the physical now and apply it on a bigger scale, and you start reading verse 33 right through to the end, verse 57, everything that is ascribed there about the house is not your house. We're talking about the temple. And the temple was torn down and put in an unclean place. Jehovah himself applied these same rules to his house, and the temple was torn down to the very foundation and put in an unclean place. And is still there to this day. Sarkis.
It's a very interesting law, since there's no recorded history besides two events. One with Elisha, the general Naaman was healed in the Jordan River, and the time of the Messiah. To put a law that is not commonly used is a very interesting. I think it's probably
If I can cut in on you, what is that telling you then?
that means
Go
that
ahead.
means the only way leprosy will be healed is by Jehovah himself. Today we have some medicine to stop it, to stop the progress of it. It doesn't heal completely.
Yeah, but we're not talking about leprosy.
Well, hold on. You have to use both. I mean,
Yeah, but
the word is leprosy, but at the same time, it has to do with disease that is today, and whether it's mold or a fungus, we still have those issues. We have them on food, we have them in the earth, we have them on people's belongings at homes. We have it everywhere. The question here is it practiced? Was it practiced at the time from when it was written all the way to the Messiah's time? And I don't see
being practiced because the sin spread, and now we have what we have today.
Quite possibly, absolutely, yes. Exactly.
So it's just like
But-
cancer. If you don't take care of it, it spreads.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do believe it's meant to be used during the 7th millennium when we rule with the Messiah as king and priest, because we people who are not disobedient will deal with leprosy, and we're going to be in the process of following this procedure.
Do you hear? I'm just trying to think of, have I heard of a story of anybody staying outside their tent for 7 days, other than the initiation of the Levitical priesthood and Aaron? We have never heard of that anywhere.
Yep.
Well, that's not exactly true, Joe.
Well,
Because-
okay, so where?
Because anybody who has repented of sin and is no longer doing it, and somebody whose behavior before was, and now they are respected as a person who is righteous, has done it in that personal level.
Okay, I don't see, I know Randy's repented of his sins. He's not
Oh.
shaved, hang on, I'm not trying to put Randy on the spot, but he's not shaved his head or his beard and sat outside his door for 7 days.
Okay, so
I know that I've repented of my sins. I didn't shave my head.
you may not have done it in a literal sense of standing outside your door for 7 days, but you have gone through the process of rededicating yourself to God. You have gone through the process of admitting your sin, your past sin to people, confessing it to people, being vulnerable and humble, and being public about your humbleness, contriteness, and then come back to the period of being rededicated so that you're no longer doing that particular sin.
The silicote prayer that you said today, and that
Mhm.
Lori Don sung today, and that we are singing or saying during these 40 days, I've mikvahed. I'm glad I did it on the first day because the beach is now contaminated with I don't know, poop, I guess is what it is. But these 40 days of repentance and then the 10 days of awe that start on the first day of the Feast of Trumpets, they're all designed for us to repent, to get closer to him, to return to him, which is what we're talking about today with this leprosy, is returning to pure. Be pure as I am pure. Be pure. Like, it's not impossible to be. We're supposed to do it. He didn't tell us stuff to do that we can't do. We're supposed to do it. So be pure as I am pure.
Right.
Sarkis, go ahead.
One of the issues is that we don't live in the land where the law is being practiced. We're in exile, and even in the land they don't practice this. The question here is, if we practice it today, we'll be mocked. If we practice it today, people will mock us that we're not under the law. We don't have to keep any of this. If we practice it today, people, they don't see us being humble and repentant. They see us as, you are holier than I am, and they'll start harassing us. And that's a reality.
Yeah.
And because we live in a world that is mocking the believers. And if not, they will be outrageous against us and accuse us and lock us up. So the question becomes here, how do you practice repentance? How do you return? And the answer is, you have to choose. Whom do you fear? Jehovah or the world? Whom do you fear? To lose your life for the Lord, or save your life and lose your eternal life with the Lord? So it's a matter of choice.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's kind of interesting. It may have nothing to do with it, but it's interesting that we have this 7,000 millennial reign. And at that point, is that when we're going to be able to enter into the house of the Lord in its fullness. Will be in the full, in other words, the universe will become his house. In the end, no sun, no moon, and his glory, the glory of the Father, will illuminate everything. So it's almost like we're outside of it right now, but until he reclaims the universe, we're sitting outside of his tabernacle, of his house, because his full glory we haven't seen yet.
Okay.
So I'm wondering, we have a 7,000 years, or we have a 7,000 or 7 days to wait on him.
You're spot on, because we're going to get there, but now that we're there, we're going to go there now. So it says
Okay,
in verse
and the other point, just one more point I wanted to make. It's interesting that Yeshua makes this point. He says, and many lepers were in Israel in the time of Elijah the prophet, and none of them was cleansed except Naaman the Syrian. So he's pointing out that he's cleansing other people, but the nation of Israel didn't start to receive cleansing until he showed up in the flesh, actually touching them or speaking over them, saying, be cleansed. So it's almost like him showing up should have been to the priest the healing of leprosy, because they had never seen that before in Israel. That was a clue that the Messiah was here, that he was here to fix our leprosy. And we missed it.
Let's go back to what you said here. Verse 9, 14, verse 9. But of the seventh day he shall shave his hair, or shave all the hair of his head, and his beard, and his eyebrows, and all his hair he shall shave off. He shall wash his clothes and wash his body in water, and he shall be clean. When? On the seventh day. On the eighth day he shall take 2 male lambs. When is this done? On the eighth day. So this is highly significant, because this is what, the holy days show us when you stop and look at them. And most people don't. Most people just keep Sukkot, 7, 8 days, 10 days partying. The eighth day just blended right in there. It's not separated out, yet it is a separate holy day. So, and like Garrick said, these are 7 millennium. So are we all going to be shaving our heads during the 7th millennium? Every day? And
No,
our
but
beards?
it is going to
Not
be
every day.
right.
It gets to grow back, Joseph.
It says on the 7th day. So, okay, a millennium of bald heads. Glenn, what were you going to say?
I was going to say it's the perfect pattern. The 7th day is the purifying time. The 8th day is the consummation time.
So, and the 8th day. So let's just, okay, I'm going to throw it up here. Now, yeah, I'll throw it up here on the screen. Let's throw it up on the screen. Because we got to remember that the 8th day, where does that come into in reality and physical stuff? It starts, I believe, in verse 20 of Revelation 20, the 1,000 years. So we're going to go to modern King James. Okay, so this, and cast him, so Satan's cast in the pit 1,000 years, shut him up. Verse 4, and I saw the thrones, and they who sat in the thrones were given to them, and saw the souls of those who had been beheaded for the witness of Jesus and for his word, and who had worshipped the beast, who had not worshipped the beast, nor his image, nor had received the mark on their foreheads, nor in their hands, and they lived and reigned with Christ 1,000 years. So they're brought back at the end of the 6th millennium, because they're reigning for the 1,000 years. But the rest of the dead did not live again until the end of the 1,000 years were finished. This is the first resurrection. It's actually the second. Blessed and holy is he who is part in the first. So Satan is now defeated at the end of the 7th millennium. And when the 1,000 years have expired, Satan will be loosed out of his prison, and he will go out to deceive the nations again, and people are going to believe him. This is the Gog and Magog war, I believe. They come together at that time. Judgment before the great right. So the devil who has deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet were. And he will be tormented day and night forever. He's gone. He's just gone. Now, judgment, and I saw the great white throne judgment. So this is, again, just before the 8th day. It's on the 7th day, the end of the 7th millennium. And I saw a great white throne and him sitting on it, and whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and a place was not found for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life, which is why we say during the 10 days of awe, may your name be found in the book of life. It's connected to the Day of Atonement. It's all connected here. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead in it, and the death and hell delivered up their dead in them, and each one of them was judged according to their works. And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. Death was brought into the world by Satan. So that's all removed because Jehovah didn't create death. This is the second death. And if anyone is not found having been written in the book of life, he was cast into the lake of fire. So you had better repent. So now, moving on to chapter 21 of Revelation. At some point, as we approach the 8th millennium, or at the beginning of the 8th millennium, or at the end of the 7th, there's a transition period here. And I saw the new heaven and the new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea no longer is. So there goes my yacht. Man, I was hoping to have a yacht. My dream boat, a big yacht. No, no. And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride. Prepared as a bride. Okay? What did we talk about here? When does this take place? And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, behold, the tabernacle of God is with men. Jehovah's whole desire is to dwell with us, to live with us. And he will dwell with them, and they will be his people, and God himself will be with them and be their God. And God will wipe away all the tears from their eyes, and there will be no more death, no mourning, nor crying out, nor will there be any more pain, for the first things have passed away. So this is now after Satan has been thrown in the lake of fire. And he's sitting on the throne said, behold, I make all things new. And he said to me, write, for these words are true and faithful. And he said to me, it is done. I am the Aleph and the Alpha and Omega, the Aleph and the Tav, the beginning and the end. To him who thirsts, I will give to him the fountain of the water of life. Again, everything that we've been talking about, Yeshua on the last day of the feast, the 7th day of the feast, the great day of the 7th feast, of the 7th day of the feast. And out of his bowels shall flow living waters. And I will give him the fountain of the water of life freely. And he who overcomes will inherit all things. And I will be his God, and he will be my son. But the fearful, so there's still people who do not believe yet. I don't understand this verse. It's out of place. And the abomination of murders and whoremongers and sorcerers and idolaters and all liars will have their part. Oh yeah, it's part of the 7th millennium, right? They'll have their part in the lake of fire. That's where they're going to end up. And then the New Jerusalem. And one of the 7 angels who had the 7 vials full of the 7 last plagues came up to me and talked with me, saying, come here, I will show you the bride, the Lamb's wife. Okay, so this is at the 7th millennium, at the end, as we're getting ready for the 8th. This is all connected to what we're seeing here in Leviticus 14. Outside your tent for 7 days. Inside the tent on the 8th day, when you are pure, when you are clean. All of this is connected. The Feast of Tabernacles for 7 days. And on the 8th day, when Jehovah comes to dwell with men here on earth. That's the greatest feast day of all. And yet we don't do anything with it. We don't even know. The Jews don't even know what it means. The other feast they don't know what it means is the Feast of Trumpets. You go out and shout, you blow a shofar. Okay, now what? they don't get it. It's a birthday. It's the coming of the Messiah. These holy days are important. I'm preaching, aren't I? Somebody wave me, tell me to stop. I just get going here. I love it. Chapter 22 of Revelation. Again, the 8th day, a river of life. And he showed me a pure river of water, of life. Crystal, again, water flowing out of your bowels again. Proceeding from the throne of God. Where? On earth. And in the midst of the street, the river, right? Every cure. What else we got here? It's all connected to the 8th day. It's all connected to the 8th day. Okay, I'm going to stop my preaching here. This is the greatest subject that nobody talks about. It's unbelievable. Sombra.
Okay, so yes, going back to all of this is very exciting. So the kids and I were reading in Jeremiah 5 this week, and Jeremiah 5 verse 3 says, "And Adonai, your eyes look for truth. You struck them and they weren't affected. You nearly destroyed them, but they refused correction. They made their faces harder than rock." My reaction was, these must be the poor, the foolish, not knowing the way of Adonai or the rulings of their God. I will go to the prominent men, the learned men, the educated men, the rich men, and I will speak to them, for they know the way of Adonai and their rulings and the rulings of their God. But these had completely broken the yoke and torn the harness off. And this is why a forest line, well, anyhow, it keeps going, but that picture is also repeated here in the Leviticus 14, because on this 8th day, you've got to take this 2 male lambs and 1 female lamb in his first year without defect, and you've got to go through this purification process. But then it also says, but if he is poor and can't afford. So, we have expectations of people who are in positions of power. We have expectations of our prophets, priests, and kings that they should be leading us and teaching us how to be purified. We trusted in our pastors, and they told us, oh, the blood of the Lamb purifies you. You don't need that Old Testament stuff. We trusted them. But did we actually be purified? And the answer is we didn't. I mean, some of us did some really great and admirable stuff. We stopped swearing. Some of us did some really admirable stuff. Maybe we had stopped having sex outside of wedlock. Maybe. But when it says here that if he is poor and he can't afford to bring the lambs, because those are expensive, then you can bring either a turtle dove or a pigeon, a young pigeon specifically. A turtle dove, that's the mark of the man. That is a border. You can bring appropriate borders. You can bring not the mark of the beast, but the mark of Jehovah. You can come into covenant. You can be purified by coming into covenant. And then a yonah, a pigeon, a young one, that's, a young one means a son or a weak one. Or the concept of this is, if you have a tent and your tent is made of goat hairs, the sun beating down on the goat hairs damages the goat hairs. And so you have to replace pieces of the tent over time. So you can replace one panel at a time, but the structure still stands. The tent is still there because you've made it, but you only have to replace one piece at a time. And this is the concept that we can come into covenant and we can be working on learning to walk out his Torah. This poor man, this uneducated person, if he has come into and if he has accepted Jesus as his Savior and he recognizes that he is a sinner, even though he's not been perfected yet, if he's working out his perfection, if he's slowly taking the steps to lay down his sin and be purified one step at a time, that too is acceptable.
Thank you. Let me get Brian in here. Go ahead, Brian.
Yes, sir. I was looking at this, and if you look at what the Jews, the Israelites, were understanding with the law of Metzorah, the cleansing of the leper, if you're in their position, you'd have to look at them and say, what is this all a picture of? And it was all a picture back to the Passover in Egypt, because in Egypt, if they had to kill a lamb. For the law of Metzorah, they had to kill a lamb for this as a sin offering. And then they took, back in Egypt, they took hyssop, like they did with the law of Metzorah. Back then, they dipped it in blood.
Just so that everyone's clear, what are you saying, the law of Bezorah?
Well, the cleansing of the leper.
So, okay, so you're saying just,
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
not
you're
saying-
about to, no, I want to make sure that the people listening here understand what you're saying. You're saying that the leprosy law here in Leviticus 14 is tied in directly to the events of Passover.
The symbolism is corresponding. You can see the symbolism in the elements that are used for the cleansing of the leper and what was used in Passover. Because they took the hyssop and they dipped it in the blood and applied it to the doorposts of cedar. And here they had hyssop and blood and cedar for the cleansing of the leper. Then you had the one bird dies with the cleansing of the leopard. And you've also got the death of the firstborn in Passover. And then you've got one bird is set free. And in Israel, in Egypt, the Israelites were set free. The captivity was set free. So that you've got the one bird that dies, the firstborn, a symbolism of another bird that was set free. They're looking back they're seeing this cleansing of leper, and they can't help but thinking, I'm sure they can't help but think, hey, this is a reminder of what was delivered us from the bondage of slavery in Egypt. And then you've got 7 days, the leper is 7 days outside the camp. You've got 7 days of unleavened bread in the feast of Passover. And then you've also got the sprinkling of the blood and the water for the cleansing of leper.
And
And
just let me jump in on that before you miss or skip over that. The seventh day of unleavened bread, they crossed the Red Sea and were outside, or they came into the land of Midian
Right,
on the 8th day.
right. And in that process, that like with the sprinkling of the water and the blood and the cleansing of the leper, it's also reminder of the Egyptians drowning in the Red Sea, the water element for during Passover. So a lot of the elements, and I appreciate what Sandra was saying, because there's so much hidden inside of this cleansing of the leper that on a bigger scale model, I'm sure they had to think, hey, these are the same elements that we used back in Egypt when we had to follow the prescribed way of killing the lamb, putting the blood on a doorpost, the cedar, one bird, the firstborn dies, we're set free. The elements and the similes are there. And I just was going to bring that out and wanted to bring that to your attention.
No, that's brilliant. Brilliant. I have never until today connected the leprosy to Passover. So, wow. Thank you again, Brian. And again, I got your message. I got your notes. You wrote up that sermon for me. Thank you. I may have you teach that one day. Again, appreciate what we do here at sightedmoon.com is we have everybody can contribute to the teaching that we're doing at that day. And I don't know it all, and I don't profess to know it all, and I would love to know it all, but then I would be a know-it-all, and I'm not. So that's why Jehovah brought me here, so that you can also contribute. And Brian has just made a great contribution again here today. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate everyone sharing what they know. So that's what we encourage. Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say something else while Brian was talking. It kind of made me remember that we had Barabbas, or the son of the Father, brought before the crowd with Yeshua, the son of the Father. And they actually chose which one was going to be crucified and which one was going to be set free. And Barabbas was actually guilty of breaking the law, and yet he was still set free. Yeshua died in his place. So there's a case right there where he was acting as the atoning sacrifice, and Barabbas was set free. Barabbas representing us, that we are guilty by the law. And yet through Yeshua, his life was saved.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. I'm kind of like, I'm just, my brain is just spinning here. I'm just, there's so many things that,
Just
where do
like
I go?
atonement.
I
Where
think
do I go?
I
Just
think
like
where
atonement.
but I think where people get confused is they look at Passover and they don't consider that Yeshua is also doing the Day of Atonement, because we look at it as atonement is 6 months later, but Yeshua is of the Order of Melchizedek, which is a priesthood that's in heaven that has no time limitations. So once he accomplished what he does, and he takes his blood into the tabernacle that Moses got to see, that was a type and shadow that's down here, time is not a limitation for Yeshua. So he's actually doing Passover and atonement at the same day. But for him, that's not a big deal. He's not limited in time like we are. And
Yeah,
if you read the description of Hebrews, it talks about the censer being left in the second behind the second curtain with the Ark of the Covenant. If they would have ever done that on earth, the next year the priest couldn't have got in there without that censer. And the most holy it talks about is where he took his blood, because no man had ever been there. So we have the holies, the Holy of Holies down here, but there's one more. There's a hint that there's one that's holy, holy, holy. Only Yeshua could enter in and put the blood on that Ark of the Covenant in heaven. No man had ever been there before, and he's doing it outside of time.
well, it's
So
it's that
Go ahead.
understanding that, made me believe in the things that Ron Wyatt was saying when I first came across him in 1997. The blood on the ark, how did that ever happen? Because it had to happen physically as well as spiritually. And so, yeah, so what you're saying there, Brian, or Eric, is ringing a bell, and I'm agreeing. Glenn, you're trying to say something about atonement.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with atonement. It's a redemption. It's a switching. Just like Summer was explaining, you're switching a life, something that's dead, and you're bringing it back to life, or you're atoning for it, or you're redeeming it. The whole thing is all connected.
Well, Jehovah said, and this is the part where my brain was racing to, Jehovah said, I redeemed you with the firstborn of Egypt. And,
Yes.
and I've never considered that the dove that was slain. And I'm sure, I guess I'm playing catch up in my brain. And
Does it blows your mind every time I think about it?
yeah. So the dead, okay, the Egyptians, the firstborn they were Jehovah used them to pay for the firstborn of Israel. Yeah, I got that part. I understand that. But the dove, the doves in the water, and the doves that's flown away, I didn't have a connection for that before today.
They're all rehearsals, they're all practices, they're all symbols, they're all signs,
nor did I connect Passover to this time. Well, other than what Eric just said about the blood on the ark, I hadn't connected Passover events with leprosy. And there's still things I'm trying to figure out in my brain for the 40 days here, but we're working on it. I've just, the smoke's coming out. Sorry, Glenda, I've cut you off. You got more? you
No,
wanna
we
say?
keep going like this. It's everything will be revealed soon enough.
Okay, Souza, go ahead.
So I'm going to go back to what Eric said. He mentioned the Order of Melchizedek. And I've heard it taught, and it seems to connect everything, that when he brought them out of Egypt, that's what he wanted, was he wanted a nation of priests and kings according to the Order of Melchizedek. That all ended on the Golden Calf event. And then I heard it said that when the priests were being initiated, which we read about a few weeks ago, it was, it's now the Levitical priesthood, but it was supposed to be the Melchizedek priesthood. So now if we kind of look at this leper being cleansed, again, as him calling out his own people to be kings and priests and going through this cleansing according to now the Order of Melchizedek, it seems like it all begins to kind of come together. At least in my mind, it does.
Okay. There's a number of different orders. There's the Order of Zadok that people throw in here, Melchizedek, and the Levitical priests. And I'm still confused about some of those things. So I'm not the one to comment on it right now. But I'm wrestling with some of them. Eric.
Yeah, if you read in Ezekiel, it talks about, he basically chastises the Levites and says, you will no longer be able to approach me, so you'll be in the outer court. But those priests called Zadok, and it's kind of interesting that the priest of Zadok is the same root word, I think, that's part of Melchizedek. But the Zadok priesthood will be the ones in the Holy and the Holy of Holies. So he basically chastises the Levites and basically says, because you led my people astray, you can no longer approach me intimately, whereas the sons of Zadok will be able to.
Have you got a
And then-
chapter and verse on that?
Yeah, let me see if I can look it up. I can't do it while I'm talking on the phone right now. I'll pull it up for you.
Okay, well, if you're driving, don't worry about it. Well, I'll look it up.
No, I'm not driving. I'm standing at the 19th floor in Fort Lauderdale. So I'm just standing here looking out over the ocean. So
Okay.
all right.
Yeah, if you can give me a chapter and verse, I'd like to maybe do a little more reading on that myself. So, Sombra, did we leave anything else here? There's probably lots more we can do, or shall we move on?
Oh my goodness, there's so much more.
I still got a question about why the toe, the thumb, and the
Yeah,
ear.
yeah, that's what I've got that I also researched.
Okay.
Okay, so Ozin. So as an
Do I need
olive,
to pull these things back up?
yeah,
here?
you could, yeah.
Okay. Give me a verse. What verse are we?
Ozin is the ear.
No, what verse? Give me a verse.
I don't know. You have to go down a little bit.
14.
Okay. So
Okay.
Ozin is the ear. So Ozin is an Aleph, a Zion, and a Nun. The Zion is a tool for harvesting, like a sickle. And the Nun is the continuance. That's the seed of continuance. So you've got the Aleph, which is powerful, tool of harvest for continuance. Your ear is a powerful tool to harvest information so that you can continue in the righteous way.
So this, again, you're hitting on that word harvest, and the harvest that I'm thinking of is the seed, Zion Nun, which we talked about a number of weeks ago, and the adultery is Zion Nun.
Right. Right.
So, okay. So
So
when you let adulterous thoughts into your head,
right, but there's only one Nun in this situation. So when
Yes.
you've got the harvest of the right and the good seed, and you allow that to become powerful in your life, that's what your ears are for. You're
Yeah.
supposed to pay attention to that. And so if you've got the blood on that ear,
What
you've got
did
that
what did
covering.
Eve do? Eve let her ear go to Satan.
Right.
She
Exactly.
allowed in the Zion noon.
Right.
Wow. Okay. Good.
Okay. So then you've got the bohen, which is the thumb. And
Are we-
again,
Hang on. I got to move to the hand now. No, the thumb. The
well,
thumb.
yeah, the thumb.
Okay.
So bohen, which is the bait, a hay, and a noon, that's the continuance of the house. In other words, the thumb represents the builder or the occupation, the thing that you do with when you've got that powerful seed, when you've harvested that, when you've powerfully harvested that seed, when your ear has heard and you are allowing that seed to take root in you, what you do with it, your occupation, what you build with it. And then the word yad, which is sort of related to your thumb. Yad is the movement outside the house. In other words, the works that you do once you leave your tent.
So did you just move on to the,
Well, I moved on to the word yad.
where's Yad?
Is hand, the word hand.
Okay.
So you've got bohen here, right? And then bohen is thumb.
So thumb and big toe, it's the same word.
It is the same word. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
So
but
where, you want me to go to the hand part?
yeah, if you go to hand,
Okay.
it's that which you allow movement. It's the movement outside the house. So if you're comparing that to what we were talking about with the tza'arot is the spreading of the sin. But now what you've got is you've got this ozin, you've heard the word of God, you've got the seed, that seed of continuance. When you use your hand to take that seed of continuance, the righteous seed of continuance, and you have that move outside your tent, that's a good thing. And that's in contrast to this tza'arot, right? The tza'arot is a movement that you don't want. It's a movement that destroys. This movement builds. And then you've got the concept of the right hand. Why are we using the right hand versus the left? Because there is left in this story as well. Well, right is the word yamani, and that is blood which continues. In other words, the generation. So this movement of the righteousness, the thing that you're building it into your generations, you're building it into your children, you're building it into the community, you're building it into the foundation of the world that you live in. But then in contrast to that, the word left means darkness, or like being wrapped in an envelope. So it holds you back. The left holds you back. So yes, and then the toe, like you said, is the same word, the bohen, but it's with your foot. So look up the word foot.
Hang on. I hit the wrong button here. Foot. Okay.
Yeah. So now you've got, again, the righteous foot or the right foot. So this yamani foot, well, what's your foot? Your foot is where you go to. It's a sense of trampling. So
well, hang on, but so you got the wrong application here, not the trampling, that's a slanderer. The foot that this is referring to, 7272, is a festival requiring one to travel to the sense in the sense of being on foot.
Right. So it's also that festival. So if you're walking the walk, you're walking Jehovah's festivals.
Okay.
Right.
And wherever your foot steps, I will give you that land. That's another one's coming to my brain here.
Right.
It's if I may jump in, it's regal. Resh Gimel Lamed. It's like Regulus, the star in Leo. It's the Resh Gimel Lamed means time, festival of pilgrimage.
Circuit, going in a circle.
It's in there. It's also there. Yeah, it means foot, leg, base, but that is their base. Is the circle of the
cycles.
holy days, right? That's
Right.
our regulator.
Right. But then if you use that word trample and you understand it in the concept of, if you've got that blood on your big toe, what are you building? You're trampling the bad reputation that you had before. That's a negative, like it's a negative of a negative, which is a positive. But if you're destroying your bad reputation, that's a good thing. It means you're building a good reputation, right?
But here, if you look here, I've just highlighted the word to slander as well, which is what you're talking about before.
Right.
Lashon Harah.
Right.
All right. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, can Eric go ahead?
Yeah, I found it. It's in Ezekiel 44:10. And it basically says, you want me to wait till you get there, or?
No, go ahead, read it.
Okay, and the Levites who went far from me when Israel went astray, who strayed away from me after their idols, they shall bear their iniquity. Yet they shall be ministers in my sanctuary as gatekeepers of the house and ministers of the house. They shall slay the burnt offering and sacrifice for the people, and they shall stand before them to minister to me. So that's telling me they're going to be in the outer court. It says, because they ministered to them before their idols and caused the house of Israel to fall in iniquity, therefore I have raised my hand in an oath against them, says the Lord God. They shall bear their iniquity, and they shall not come near to me to minister to me as priests, nor come near to any of my holy things, nor into the most holy place, but they shall bear their shame and iniquity, abominations which they have committed. Nevertheless, I will make them keep charge of the temple for all its works and for all that it has to be done in it. But the priests, the Levites, the sons of Zadok, who kept my charge, my sanctuary, when the children went astray from me, they shall come near to me to minister to me, and they shall stand before me to offer me fat and the blood, says the Lord God. They shall enter my sanctuary. They shall come near my table to minister to me. They shall keep my charge. It shall be whenever they enter the gates of the inner court that they shall put on linen garments. No wool shall come upon them while they minister within the gates of the inner court or within the house. They shall have linen turbans on their head, linen trousers on their bodies. They shall not clothe themselves with anything that causes sweat. When they go out, go to the outer court, they shall go to the outer court of the people. They shall take off their garments in which they have ministered, leave them in the holy chambers, and put on no other garments in which their holy garments they have not sanctified. They have not sanctified the people. So if you look at what's going on here, when Yochanan, when John the Baptist says he must increase and I must decrease, basically John was a representation of the Levitical tribe. And if you read in Hebrews, the problem is not the covenant, which they keep sticking in there, and it's not in the actual wording. The problem was not the covenant. God's covenant is perfect. We keep breaking it, and he keeps fixing it. And that's what Yeshua did. It's a renewed covenant, not a new covenant, a renewed covenant. And I try and tell people, I said, God's covenant is pretty tough. The problem in Hebrews was not the covenant. The problem was with the priest. Not the covenant, but the priest. And that's what a lot of people, they put stuff in there saying it's a new covenant. I'm going, no, it's a renewed covenant. Renewed means it's the same old covenant that God gave us before. He just knew we were going to mess up and he'd have to fix it. So it's a pretty strong covenant. So people misunderstand that. There's nothing new under the heavens. What has been said before will be said again. And that's why I keep trying to tell people, if you read the Hebrew in Jeremiah, it's a renewed covenant. It's a fixed covenant. And God had to fix it by dying.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Eric. Susa, go ahead.
Yes. I would summarize the blood on the ear, the thumb, and the toe with Shema. Shema Israel. Hearing comes
I'm sorry.
first.
Say again, Shema?
Ma. Hear, O Israel. And we're taught that the word Shema means to hear and obey. It's not just hearing, it's hearing and obeying. And so you have the ear first to hear, everything else, the thumb and the foot, are part of the outworking of the hearing in terms of obedience. And I just went through a lesson this morning where it says hearing is hardwired and seeing with the eye. It was all about images. But the point that she brought out in that earlier teaching was that the hearing is processed in the midbrain, which crosses over where the heart is also. Its autonomic system is in the midbrain. And the ear and the heart are more connected than sight. And sight will take you and lead you astray, whereas hearing, he always says, hear and Shema. So I'm going to say, sum it up with Shema.
Very good. Because we're not told to put the blood on the eye, are we?
That's interesting. Hear, believe, and do. Doesn't say see, believe, and do. We've always been taught that seeing is believing, right? That's what that's the saying out there. Seeing is believing.
Yeah.
But
You got
actually hear, believe, and do.
You don't have a verse for hear, believe, and do you? Or am I thinking of James?
That's Deuteronomy 6, verse 4, isn't it, or something? It's related in there. Hear, believe, and do.
Isn't that what your mom would always say to you when she corrected you? If you didn't do something you were supposed to do, she'd go, "Didn't you hear what I said?"
Yeah, I think I remember that.
Yeah, I got that a few times.
Okay, so there's Deuteronomy 6:2. I don't know.
I'll work on it here.
Okay.
Next verse.
Then hear, O Israel, and be careful to do it, so that it may be well with you, and that you may greatly multiply Jehovah your God, as Jehovah the God of our fathers has promised you, in the land that flows with milk and honey. Hear, obey, and do.
And the word obey is pretty much this, or the word believe means obey. If you do some digging, you'll get an equation mark between here,
I'm the one.
obey and believe. Believe and obey are synonyms, essentially. That's what I'm saying.
I would agree. I'm just in the hot seat trying to find this stuff here all in the spur of the moment. So
Yeah, you're doing pretty good catching those fly balls.
Yeah. Okay. Sombra, you got your hand up.
So we are made in the image of Jehovah, and the Torah defines for us who Jehovah is. And what you were saying before about how Yeshua's in this purification process, he's also in the atonement process, he's also in the Passover process. It's all the same sacrifice. It's not all the same sacrifice. It is all the same sacrifice. It's all him. But we are made in his image. And so when we were designed to do all this. We sinned, we broke the design. But the way back to being healthy and pure and happy and healthy is to repent of the brokenness, the things that we broke, the sin that we did, and go back to doing exactly what he told us to do, because that's how we're defined. That's what our character is. It's kind of like, when you have an engine, the engine was designed to work properly. The engine does work properly, but when a cog breaks, it doesn't work properly again. But if you fix that cog, it will work again. Our lives don't work properly when we don't operate in Torah.
That's right. So when I'm sharing the screen, I don't always see the notes. Now I've lost the notes. Somebody said Deuteronomy, I think Shane said Deuteronomy. Somebody read it out to me. Deuteronomy 29 or 31? What do you say there?
29:4.
29:4. Thank you. Jehovah has not given you a heart to perceive and eyes to, yet Jehovah has not given you a heart to perceive and eyes to see and ears to hear until today. So I think that's what Kurt was referring to. Until today. And I think Vivian had verse 31, chapter 31, but I don't know where to look there. Okay, go ahead.
11 to 13.
Oh, hang on, okay. Verse,
I was just gonna say that.
hang on, Kay.
picture-
Whoa. Hang on,
Can you
Kay.
hear me?
1 sec. No, 1 sec. 1 sec. 31. What, Randy? Randy, what did you say? Deuteronomy 31.
11 and through 13.
When all Israel has come to appear before Jehovah your God in the place which he shall choose, you shall read this law before all Israel in their hearing. Gather the people, men, women, and the little ones, and your stranger who is within your gates, so that you may hear and that they may learn and fear Jehovah your God, and be careful to do all the words of this law, and that their sons who have not known may hear and learn to fear Jehovah your God as long as you live in the land where you go over the Jordan to possess it. Yeah, very good. Thank you all. Okay, Kay, go ahead now.
Well, I was just going in support of what other people have said about the doing, is that with the birds, it included hyssop. And at Passover with hyssop, you had to yourself take that hyssop, dip it in the blood, and put the blood of the lamb on the doorpost of your home. And so from the very beginning, from the hyssop to the consequences of not obeying and having to do this blood and these two birds, and then the blood on the ear and the thumb and the toe, it's all consistent with Jehovah and his plan for us. We have to participate. We cannot take away our death penalty. Only he gets the glory for that. But we can and are required to participate and obey our master, our king, our Lord, our Jehovah, our Yeshua. And another thing in the bowl was not just blood, it was also living water. And that was when they pierced his side, what came out of Yeshua. And there's only one mention of that in the New Testament, and that was by John, who was the witness and recorded that. Anyway, I thought that was significant too, and it just was a reminder that we need to be under the blood of the Lamb for that death to pass over us. And I just think it's a beautiful story from the Torah all the way to the New Testament of redemption.
Do you see, I'm speaking generally here, I'm not speaking to you specifically, Kay, but do you all see now how much we did not understand when we were just Christians? How ignorant we were of this beautiful picture that most Christians want to throw in the trash can. It's so unbelievable, and you can learn so much more as you start to apply all these different aspects to the one. And we're only looking at Leviticus 14 right now. Like, it's just unbelievable. And I can remember before reading through the Leviticus law saying, okay, so what? Okay, so what? What's that got to do with anything? And just trying to get through it because I was getting bored. And now I read through it and I'm going, wow, look at that. Wow, okay, that's connected here. And then Brian comes in here today and drops another grenade and look at this stuff. Wow, I never even saw that stuff. I love it. Just unbelievable. Okay, so while my brain is spread out all over the place trying to figure this all out and grab onto it, let's pause, because if that's my brain, I think maybe some of your brains is going, whoa. Let's go on to another chapter that's going to be pretty interesting, I think, and go to Jeremiah 51. I believe that's the next one. We're got the next portion. Yes, Jeremiah 51. And if this is the one I think it is, oh man. Who is?
First of all, I'm glad I volunteered to read Jeremiah today. Because I think this is probably, it's got to be close, if it's not the longest chapter in the book.
Did you do that last week?
I think so.
Uh,
So,
Whenever you're ready, sir.
okay, so here we are, Jeremiah 51. Thus says Jehovah, behold, I will raise up against Babylon, against those who dwell in Lebkamai, a destroying wind, and I will send winnowers to Babylon, who shall winnow her and empty her land. For in the day of doom they shall be against her all around, and against her let the archer bend his bow, and lift himself up against her in his armor. Do not spare her young men, utterly destroy all her army. Thus the slain shall fall in the land of the Chaldeans, and those thrust through in her streets. For Israel is not forsaken, nor Judah, by his God, Jehovah of hosts, though their land was filled with sin against the Holy One of Israel. Flee from the midst of Babylon, and everyone save his life. Do not be cut off in her iniquity, for this is the time of Jehovah's vengeance. He shall recompense her. Babylon was a golden cup in the Lord's hand, that made all the earth drunk. The nations drank her wine, therefore nations are deranged. Babylon has suddenly fallen and been destroyed. Wail for her. Take balm for her pain. Perhaps she may be healed. We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her and let us go, everyone to his own country, for her judgment reaches to heaven and is lifted up to the skies. Jehovah has revealed our righteousness. Come and let us declare in Zion the works of Jehovah our God. Make the arrows bright, gather the shields. Jehovah has raised up the spirit of the kings of the Medes, for his plan is against Babylon to destroy it, because it is the vengeance of Jehovah, the vengeance for his temple. He set up the standard on the walls of Babylon, make the guards strong, set up the watchmen, prepare the ambushes, for Jehovah has both devised and done what he spoke against the inhabitants of Babylon. O you who dwell by many waters, abundant in treasures, your end has come. The measure of your covetousness, Jehovah of hosts has sworn by himself, surely I will fill you with men as with locusts, and they shall lift up a shout against you. He has made the earth by his power. He established the world by his wisdom. He stretched out the heaven by his understanding. When he utters his voice, there is a multitude of waters in the heavens. He causes the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. He makes lightnings for the rain. He brings the wind out of his treasuries. Everyone is dull-hearted, without knowledge. Every metalsmith is put to shame by the carved image, for his molded image is falsehood, and there is no breath in them. They are futile, a work of errors. Excuse me. I put my video on. I don't like speaking without seeing, right? A work of errors. Where are we? They are futile, a work of errors. In the time of their punishment, they shall perish. The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the maker of all things, and Israel is the tribe of his inheritance. Jehovah of hosts is his name. You are my battle axe and weapons of war. With you I will break the nation in pieces. With you I will destroy kingdoms. With you I will break in pieces the horse and its rider. With you I will break in pieces the chariot and its rider. With you also I will break in pieces man and woman. With you I will break in pieces old and young. With you I will break in pieces the young man and the maiden. With you also I will break in pieces the shepherd and his flock. With you I will break in pieces the farmer and his yoke of oxen. With you I will break in pieces governors and rulers. And I will repay Babylon and all the inhabitants of Chaldea for all the evil they have done in Zion in your sight, says Jehovah. Behold, I am against you, O destroying mountain, who destroys all the earth, says Jehovah, and I will stretch out my hand against you, roll you down from the rocks, and make you a burnt mountain. They shall not take from you a stone for a corner, nor a stone for a foundation, but you shall be desolate forever. Verse 27. Set up a banner in the land, blow the trumpet among the nations, prepare the nations against her, call the kingdoms together against her. Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz, appoint a general against her, cause the horses to come up like the bristling locusts. Prepare against her the nations with the kings of the Medes, its governors, and all its rulers, all the land of his dominion. And the land will tremble and sorrow, for every purpose of Jehovah shall be performed against Babylon, to make the land of Babylon a desolation without inhabitant. The mighty men of Babylon have ceased fighting. They have remained in their strongholds. Their might has failed. They became like women. They have burned her dwelling places. The bars of her gate are broken. One runner will run to meet another, and one messenger to meet another, to show the king of Babylon that his city is taken on all sides. The passages are blocked. The reeds they have burned with fire, and the men of war are terrified. For thus says Jehovah of hosts, the God of Israel, the daughter of Babylon is like a threshing floor. When it is time to thresh her, yet a little while, and the time of her harvest will come. Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, has devoured me. He has crushed me. He has made me an empty vessel. He has swallowed me up like a monster. He has filled his stomach with my delicacy. He has spit me out. Let the violence done unto me and my flesh be upon Babylon. The inhabitant of Zion will say, and my blood be upon the inhabitants of Chaldea. Jerusalem will say, therefore, thus says Jehovah, behold, I will plead your case and take vengeance for you. I will dry up her sea and make her springs dry. Babylon shall become a heap, a dwelling place for jackals, an astonishment and a hissing without an inhabitant. They shall roar together like lions. They shall growl like lions' whelps. In their excitement, I will prepare their feasts. I will make them drunk, that they may rejoice, and sleep a perpetual sleep, and not awake, says Jehovah. I will bring them down like lambs to the slaughter, like rams with male goats. Oh, how Shishak is taken. Oh, how the praise of the whole world, the whole earth is seized. How Babylon has become desolate among the nations. The sea has come up over Babylon. She is covered with the multitude of its waves. Her cities are a desolation, a dry land with a wilderness, a land where no one dwells, through which no son of man passes. I will punish Bel in Babylon, and I will bring out of his mouth what he has swallowed, and the nations shall not stream to him any more. Yet the wall of Babylon shall fall. My people, go out of the midst of her, and let everyone deliver himself from the fierce anger of Jehovah. And lest your heart faint, and you fear for the rumor that will be heard in the land. A rumor will come 1 year, and after that, in another year, a rumor will come. and violence in the land, ruler against ruler. Therefore, behold, the days are coming that I will bring judgment on the carved images of Babylon. Her whole land shall be ashamed, and all her slain shall fall in her midst. Then the heavens and the earth and all that is in them shall sing joyously over Babylon, for the plunderers shall come to her from the north, says Jehovah. As Babylon has caused the slain of Israel to fall, so at Babylon the slain of all the earth shall fall. You who have escaped the sword, get away. Do not stand still. Remember, Jehovah is far out. Remember, Jehovah. My tongue. Remember, Jehovah, afar off, and let Jerusalem come to your mind. We are ashamed because we have heard reproach. Shame has covered our faces, for strangers have come into the sanctuaries of Jehovah's house. Therefore, behold, the days are coming, says Jehovah, that I will bring judgment on her carved images, and throughout all her land the wounded shall groan. Though Babylon were to mount up to heaven, and though she were to fortify the height of her strength, yet from me plunderers would come to her, says Jehovah. The sound of a cry comes from Babylon, and great destruction from the land of the Chaldeans, because Jehovah is plundering Babylon and silencing her loud voice. Though her waves roar like great waters, and the noise of their voice is uttered, because the plunderer comes against her, against Babylon, and her mighty men are taken. Every one of their bows is broken, for Jehovah is the God of recompense. He will surely repay. And I will make drunk her princes and wise men, her governors, her deputies, and her mighty men, and they shall sleep a perpetual sleep and not awake, says the King, whose name is Jehovah of hosts. Thus says Jehovah of hosts, the broad walls of Babylon shall be utterly broken, and her high gates shall be burned with fire. The people will labor in vain, and the nations because of the fire, they shall be weary. The word which Jeremiah the prophet commanded Seraiah, the son of Neriah, the son of Messiah, when he went with Zedekiah, the king of Judah, to Babylon in the 4th year of his reign, and Seraiah was the quartermaster. So Jeremiah wrote in a book all the evil that would come upon Babylon, all these words that are written against Babylon. And Jeremiah said to Seraiah, when you arrive in Babylon and see it, and read all these words, then you shall say, O Jehovah, you have spoken against this place to cut it off, so that none shall remain in it, neither man nor beast, but it shall be desolate forever. Now it shall be when you have finished reading this book, that you shall tie a stone to it and throw it out into the Euphrates. Then you shall say, thus Babylon shall sink and not rise from the catastrophe that I will bring upon her, and they shall be weary. Thus far are the words of Jeremiah.
Anybody else shout hallelujah at those last words?
Hey,
Kurt,
hallelujah.
Kurt, before you disappear and recapture your voice, I'd like you to
Sure.
go to Revelation chapter 18.
Oh yeah, I was thinking this was connected to Revelation. Let's see.
Oh, it's kind of obvious. There's so many things that you said. I just take a note, said you want to start reading verse 1, go to the end. It's not that long.
Hey, sure, why not? I'm all limbered up here. Still got a tip on my tongue. Revelation 18, verse 1. After these things, I saw another angel coming down from heaven, having great authority, and the earth was illuminated with his glory. And he cried mightily with a loud voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and has become a dwelling place of demons, a prison for every foul soul, and a cage for every unclean and hated bird. For all the nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. The kings of the earth have committed fornications with her, and the merchants of the earth have become rich through the abundance of her luxury. And I heard another voice from heaven saying, Come out of her, my people, lest you share in her sins, and lest you receive of her plagues. For her sins have reached to heaven, and God has remembered her iniquities. Render to her just as she has rendered to you, and repay her double according to her works. In the cup which she has mixed double for her. In the measure that she glorified herself and lived luxuriously, in the same measure give her torment and sorrow. For she says in her heart, I sit as a queen, and am no widow, and I will not see sorrow. Therefore her plagues will come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she will be utterly burned with fire. For strong is Jehovah God who judges her. The kings of the earth who committed fornication and lived luxuriously with her will weep and lament for her when they see the smoke of her burning, standing at a distance for fear of her torment, saying, Alas, alas, that great city Babylon, that mighty city, for in 1 hour your judgment has come. And the merchants of the earth will weep and mourn over her, for no one buys their merchandise anymore. Merchandise of gold, silver, precious stones, and pearls, fine linen and purple, silk and scarlet, every kind of citron wood, and every kind of object of ivory, every kind of object of the most precious wood, bronze, iron, and marble, and cinnamon and incense, fragrant oil and frankincense, wine and flour, fine flour and wheat, cattle and sheep, horses and chariots, and bodies and souls of men. The fruit that your soul longed for has gone from you, and all the things that are rich, which are rich and splendid, have gone from you, and you shall find them no more at all. The merchants of these things who became rich by her will stand at a distance for fear of her torment, weeping and wailing, and saying, Alas, alas, that great city that was clothed in fine linen, purple and scarlet, and adorned with gold and precious stones and pearls, for in 1 hour such great riches came to nothing. Every shipmaster, all who travel by ship, sailors, and as many as trade on the sea, stood at a distance and cried out when they saw the smoke of her burning, saying, What is like this great city? They threw dust on their heads and cried out, weeping and wailing, and saying, Alas, alas, that great city, in which all who had ships on the sea became rich by her wealth. For in 1 hour she is made desolate. Rejoice over her, O heaven, and you holy apostles and prophets, for God has avenged you on her. Then a mighty angel took up a stone like a great millstone and threw it into the sea, saying, Thus with violence the great city Babylon shall be thrown down, and shall not be any more. The sound of the harpists, musicians, flutists, and trumpeters shall not be heard in you any more. No craftsman of any craft shall be found in you any more, and the sound of a millstone shall not be heard in you anymore. The light of a lamp shall not shine in you anymore, and the voice of a bridegroom and bride shall not be heard in you anymore. For your merchants were the great men of the earth. By your sorcery all the nations were deceived, and in her was found the blood of prophets and saints, and of all who were slain on the earth.
chapter 19, verse 1. And after these things, I heard a loud voice of a great multitude in heaven saying, Hallelujah. Salvation and glory and honor and power belong to the Lord our God. Hallelujah. Now, I asked you to read that chapter 18 because I've got Jeremiah 51, verse 7, matching up with Revelation 18, verse 6. I've got Jeremiah verse 8 with Revelation verse 2. I've got Jeremiah verse 64 with Revelation 18 verse 21. Now, recently I've been getting the argument that I've been promoting the mark of the beast and I've been promoting the 666 and I'm getting all these people coming back. Babylon and all this stuff took place years ago and it's not going to happen again. It's not being repeated. But this is talking about the day of the Lord's vengeance coming up. So another thing we got to do right now is we got to take a little detour here and we got to go to Daniel. And I believe it's chapter 2 that I'm looking for. Daniel 2, Nebuchadnezzar's dream. Yes. So this is the dream. The king has the head of gold and the arms and shoulders of silver. And then where is it? What verse am I looking for? Verse 28, the king said, Daniel, this is dream, now interpretation. Verse 37, Daniel 2:37. For you, O king, this is the king of Babylon, are the king of kings, for the God of heaven has given you the kingdom, power, strength, and glory. And wherever the children of men dwell, or the beasts of the field, the birds. Okay, I'm going to get too long here. No, this is actually a good spot. He has given them into your hand and has made you ruler over them all. You are king of Babylon, the head of gold. But after you shall rise another kingdom inferior to yours, and then a third kingdom of bronze, which shall rule over all the earth. And the fourth kingdom shall be as strong as iron, inasmuch as iron breaks in pieces and shatters everything. And like iron that crushes, that kingdom shall break in pieces and crush all the others. Whereas you saw the feet and the toes, partly of potter's clay and partly of iron, the kingdom shall be divided, yet the strength of the iron shall be in it, just as you saw the iron mixed with ceramic clay. This image that Daniel is talking about, the first one is Babylon, the Babylonian Empire. We know what that looks like on a map. It's basically all the Middle East from the Mediterranean over to the Euphrates. The second empire that shall arise after it, but shall be inferior, is the Medo-Persian Empire, which again encompasses all of Babylon, plus Turkey, plus Greece. No, not Greece, sorry, Medo-Persian, my bad. The third empire shall be bronze. This one takes in the Grecian Empire. Okay, and the Grecian Empire goes from Alexander the Great, or the Greece, all the way over to the Euphrates. It's the same land mass all three times so far. The fourth kingdom shall be of iron, and it's divided with the two legs. This is the Roman Empire. And that Roman Empire then breaks down, goes all the way down to the 10 toes. It's still part of the same Roman Empire. And the Roman Empire encompassed all of Europe and the Middle East to the Euphrates. The Parthian Empire was the one empire that the Romans couldn't undo, and that was on the other side of the Euphrates. You read about that in this week's newsletter. The Roman Empire, the Greco Empire, the Medo-Persian Empire, and the Babylonian Empire. And the only empire that existed before that would be the Assyrian Empire. But Daniel started it with the head of gold being Babylon. I'm pointing this out to you so that you recognize where the Babylonian entity existed and still exists to this day. It is not the American or British Empire. The Roman Empire had a wall there. They couldn't go past the wall in Britain. They never conquered all of Britain. The British are not part of the Roman Empire. They are not part of the toes of iron and clay. The British are the Israelites. The Parthians are the Israelites. The Americans are the Israelites. So when you read Daniel or you read Revelation talking about Babylon, it is not the United States, even though she looks like a whore, talks like a whore, and acts like a whore. She is not the whore of Babylon. You must make that distinction if you want to understand prophecy. You want to understand what's going on. We go back now. Go back to Jeremiah. Jeremiah 51 verse 36. Jehovah's going to dry up her seas. Oh, sorry, Sarkis, 1 second. What's going on in Europe right now? The rivers are being dried up. The Rotterdam River is being dried up. A lot of rivers are being dried up. I wonder if this has got anything to do with that. Sarkis, go ahead.
So is the Euphrates River is drying up. But
yes,
I wanted to ask you the other question is, when we look at empires from biblical perspective, they gobbled up each other. From Nineveh, got gobbled up by, taken over by Babylon by the Median, Persian Medes, and then the Greeks. They overlapped each other. They actually took over, except the Roman Empire did not take all of the Greek Empire.
No, but they took it as far as the Euphrates.
Yes, but they did
Well,
not.
hey, okay, so where's the Euphrates? It's part of the Babylonian and the Medo-Persian Empire.
Yes, it's half of it, not all. And so,
Okay.
and so my point here is, then what does Islam has to do in there? Because then you have the, not specific, the religious part of it is it started with the Caliph and all the way to Ottoman Empire, where it did cover most of the Greco empires. So
Yeah.
so it overlapped more than Rome did. Because you look at what it covered part of Europe, East and West Europe.
But the Ottoman Empire was destroyed in 1917, I think it was.
Well, yeah, hold on. But what we're looking here is that it covered North Africa, all the Mediterranean except in Central Europe, and then it covered all the way to India and north of southern Russia. That is basically more than what Alexander was able to do. And the question here is it really the Roman Empire, or is it another empire that we're not recognizing? That, because here's the thing, when we see the two legs, we always refer to Rome because it divided East and West. And that's how we look at two legs of Rome and Roman Empire. But so is Islam. There's the Shiite and the Sunni division. They have two legs as well. They're divided. And so I'm challenging. This is a question. I'm not.
That's fine. I'm good with challenges.
And so shouldn't we consider, we've gone to traditional looking at the Rome as being the two legs, I am questioning that it could be something else.
I'm okay with questioning it. The Roman Empire was pretty much gone before the Muslim Empire even became into existence, right? The Roman Empire fell in 400, and the Muslims came up and starting in 700. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, no question about that.
Okay,
But the
so,
question is, both
but
of
hang
them
on, but these were consecutive empires that followed each other. Now,
Yes.
there is, I've re-looked or re-examined, rethought my my thinking on the what is it? Being divided into 4 parts. I've thought that was the what happened to the Greek Empire, but I'm also wondering if that, because the little horn that comes up in the end, I kept thinking that was going to happen with Iran now, but I'm wondering if Iran is not that little horn that came out of the Ottoman Empire with Turkey and Syria and Iraq and Saudi Arabia. Syria and Iraq I've lumped into one group, and Iran is now becoming the very dominant power in the Middle East.
Actually, 3 powers are being dominant. They're Iran and Turkey.
Iran and
in the
Turkey.
middle of it is you're seeing Russia being united with them.
Yeah.
But that's
So-
what we see now. In future, we don't know.
Yeah, so yes, I'm not of the opinion that the Ottoman Empire is the 4th empire. I believe that's still to be Rome. But the iron toes and clay, I still believe that to be Islam and Germany. And Germany being the European or Roman Empire remnant, and the clay being the Muslim remnant, which would encompass all these other nations. Now that's very sloppy theology, but that's how I'm seeing it. Again, is Iran going to be that little horn to step up, or is it going to be Turkey? I think it's Iran.
Well, I am not questioning that part in as much as the theology of the 2 legs are being Rome. Because
Well, how
if
about the 2
Let me
legs being
explain.
one being Rome and one being Islam?
It could be, but here's why. When we look at the history of Roman Empire, they subdued a lot of nations wherever they could, but they rebuilt them. They built roads and prospered. But when you're looking at the Ottoman Empire or the previous empire that became Ottoman Empire, wherever they went, they subdued people, destroyed them, and changed the language, the religion, and the culture.
Yeah.
But Rome did not do that, and kept them poor. They never rebuilt. They rebuilt only certain areas, but the areas that were destroyed, they kept them destroyed and subdued the people.
So combine that understanding with the prophecy of Esau in Genesis, I think 27 or 49, I forget, where Esau gets a blessing and he's going to break off the yoke of his brother in the last days and trample the earth, or trample, what's the word, dominance, or have trample. And the key word there is the trampling, trample underfoot, have dominance, which is to trample underfoot, which ties into the 10 toes. The 10 toes are clay, which is, they can't
word Arab.
organize. The word Arab, that's right. And the iron part is a strong military power, which the Muslims have never had. They're always
No, they
fractional.
did. They did for centuries. They did.
Not well, the Ottomans.
They lasted. They lasted 1,200 years.
Okay,
So it's the longest empire that lasted that long.
I would still put
Versus-
that down with the Romans and put it east and west, or one leg and the other, but the 10 toes of iron and clay. The
Yeah, no
legs,
question about that. Yeah,
you know, I would not take away from the Roman Empire.
I'm not saying that either. I'm just questioning, should we add that as part of the formula? Because
Yes, yes.
because at the end you got the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom, and it matches. When you're looking at Europe, is the northern kingdom versus the southern kingdom, the Islamic nations. So
And they don't mix.
they don't
you know,
mix.
They don't mix.
So I'm in agreement with you on that part. But
Yeah.
I had the questions, so that's all.
Yeah, no, we look back, we try and figure out where things are fit to make our conclusions going forward. And sometimes we have to reassess them. I come out of the Church of God, which believed that the 10 toes was going to be all in Germany, all in Europe. I no longer believe that. I believe the 10 toes are spread out over a large part of the earth.
So I had a question for you.
Yeah.
Could it be possible that the northern kingdom would use the religion of the southern kingdom to literally enforce their rule over the nations?
Did you read my article on the Bismillah 666?
Long time ago.
I would refresh it then, because here's the thing. I got to be careful what I say and where I say it. There are some things that you can say. I got kicked off. I got put in Facebook jail just for repeating history, repeating a historical comment. I got put in Facebook jail for 7 days. Unbelievable. Hitler is quoted as saying that he wished Europe had a religion like Islam instead of being Catholic, because there would have been more to his purpose for conquering Europe. That's a quote from Hitler. Now you look at what Germany's doing. They just brought in over 1 million plus Middle East people who were refugees during the ISIS crisis in 2014. Now in the media and on TV, they have Germans converting to Islam, saying how bad they were for being Christians. And the Islamic religion is, everywhere is being accepted as, you can't say diddly squat against it or you're going to jail, but they can say anything against everything else. So they're getting nothing but green lights. So yes, that religion will take over Europe.
And so what do we see across southern border? People move coming in the age of 20 to 35 years old, majority. And
What are you talking about?
Southern border of the United States.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Canada.
Well, no, it's fine. I'm talking United States. And the point is, what happened in Europe, it's happening here in the United States. And I don't mean to mix politics here. I apologize.
Invasion.
But it's the same process that's going on.
Yep.
And it changed the culture, the language, and religion of the people. And that's how you conquer them. And that's what happened. If you look at the history that happened to Israel, the 10 tribes, and then their eventual destruction, same thing with Judah and Jerusalem, it happened the same thing. And it's happening to us here and in Europe and other countries. And so it's the pattern is there. And my question is, my thought here is we need to consider those empires that does affect the Daniel chapter 2, the statute. And everybody's looking at the 2 legs of iron as Rome, but we do not know that. The Bible never mentions it, it's Rome.
But they all end up being 10 toes. And like Joe said, he sees that around the world. And I do too, especially since the other, say, races are 1.2, 1.6 family growth, whereas the Islamic religion, they can marry 4 wives and have umpteen kids. They're up to 8 per household at a minimum. So they're going to conquer by population, if anything. And then you'll see the mixture between
Yeah.
Shiite and Sunni and all the others, and it's going to be a mess.
I don't think we have another generation to go. I think we're at the end here now.
I'd like to comment on the mixing of the iron and the clay from Daniel. Picture it. He says ceramic clay. Ceramic clay is something that's been burnt and hardened. Well, I know that when iron, you kind of have clay and iron mixed if you picture the welding process. When you make the electricity go through the welding rod and it turns molten and it turns the clay molten also, and the clay covers it, but it doesn't really bond to it. It doesn't mix. It'll stick on the outside, but as soon as it chips, boom, the clay portion goes off, and there's your.
You're talking about the flux.
The flux, yes. But the two cannot bond. Even if you stuck a chunk of iron in a bucket of clay and heated it and dried it out and got it all to turn to vitrify, the iron would never be truly bonded to that clay because it shrinks at a different rate and it expands at a different rate. And when heat's applied to it, if you could actually get it to bond, when the heat was applied to the iron, it would break the clay.
So I used to be a welder, Kurt, and welding on pipelines. And if you get the flux or what you're calling the clay part inside the weld, which does happen, you're supposed to grind it out. If you don't get it all out, it's called a cutout, and you have to cut out the whole weld because it weakens the weld, and you can have a blowout there. So yes, iron, you got to have it 100% iron for it to work. If you
That's
have
why they
clay
X-ray.
that's right. That's why they X-ray. If you have clay or porosity or flux mixed in there, no, it weakens the weld.
It's an interesting analogy that's being used there, and you can see it in the physical, how it works.
Yeah. Okay, Steve, you had your hand up for a while. Go ahead.
You're talking about the captivity, where you were saying that the Muslims are like the hunters, and the hunters are ordered by Jehovah to come to take us into captivity, like on the second Exodus. Is that the sort of case?
Yeah, the hunters, I still believe, are Islamic. Yes, everything that that side represents comes from a hunting standpoint. Yeshua sent us out to be fishers of men. I didn't send us out to hunt them. So, but there's another one that hunts and conquers and forces its will on you, and that's the 4 horses of the apocalypse, in my view. And they're already out riding around now.
Can you also explain about the flying scrolls that's being used to like missiles?
Oh, that you're talking about Zechariah 5.
Yeah.
The flying scroll is got the same dimensions when you read it as a Shahab missile. 10 cubits long or 10 cubits across or whatever it is. Anyway, it's like a flying scroll. The two evil women are the same word for fire, which is ish, and it's an evil fire inside a lead box, which is we understand as uranium, which will burn you unless you have it inside a lead box. And when you detonate uranium or slam 2 pieces of uranium against each other, they create an even bigger explosion called a nuclear bomb. So the flying women that are pushing the flying scroll are the jet engines or even the 2-stage engines that the Shahab missile now uses.
So how do you apply that to future prophecy?
How do I apply it to what?
How do you apply that to what the verse is saying? I mean, in relation probably to the future, right?
Which verse?
See that as missiles being launched against Israel.
Well, it says in Zechariah by the whole world is going to be cursed by these flying scrolls. Right? It's going to go into every house and burn them down. So that's what Zechariah says.
And the variation stays with the house and with the stone.
Yeah, well, it consumes it.
Yeah, it actually says it stays with the house.
Okay. Okay, Steve, that answer your
thanks,
question?
cheers.
Kurt,
Okay, I have a question. Jeremiah 51 verse 20 says, "You are my battle axe,
yes,
weapons of war."
yes, brilliant.
Who's you?
Is it not talking about the Babylon?
Well, that's what I see is Babylon is the one who's going to get broken by those battle axes and weapons.
Okay, so we talked about this a few weeks ago.
It was also our homework assignment.
Yeah, to go and watch
Well,
the teaching on Assyria.
I didn't
How many?
do
How
my
many?
homework,
How many
I'm
did that?
sorry.
How many watched the video on Assyria? It's a very crappy video. It's really needs to be replaced. It's all getting pixelated. Nobody putting up their hands. You're kidding me. I'm the only one, and Randy the only one that watched it.
I saw it in
did
real life.
No, but you didn't review it.
No.
Sousa did it. There's 4 of us. Nathan did it. 5. You're kidding me. And now you want to bring up that question today, Kurt. You didn't do your homework assignment.
Oh, we weren't on that Torah portion.
Go sit in the corner with a dunce cap on.
Yeah, I got one handy.
Okay. The
Who's the battle axe? Who's
Bell is the battle axe.
who?
Bell.
Bell?
Yeah.
Okay, well, how do you get
So
how
because
do
it
you-
says it right there, right? Bell, verse 20. Let me get to it. I'm in the wrong chapter here. Jeremiah 51.
Last we left it, it was Cush.
But who's Bell then?
That's what that last thing we left it last week was who's the hammer? That was Cush.
Where does it say Bell here?
Where's Bell? Hold on.
It says Bell right here in Jeremiah.
Did I read that?
Is that in verse 1 or 2?
No, that was last week.
Verse
No, it was
44.
this. Pardon me?
44.
44.
I will punish Bel in Babylon.
There we go. Yeah, so there's another one.
So
I'll punish
Bel's
Bel
going
in
to be
Babylon.
punished in Babylon.
But Bel is also one of the gods of Babylon. And Bel is representative of Baal, B-A-A-L. And Baal is representative of master. Who's the master? Who's the Babylon? Okay, go where did Babylon start from? How did we get Babylon in the first place? Come on.
Well, Babel.
Babel,
Going all the way back to the Tower of Babel.
where did Babel come from? Why do we get Babel?
He confounded the languages
Why?
because they were about to do things that they weren't supposed to be able to do.
Okay, so who is the messenger that brought this information?
Nimrod.
No,
Cush.
Cush. Cush is the messenger. Cush is the prophet. Cush is the interpreter. That's why he's a man. He interprets the message. He's interpreting the Torah. And he's redesigning it so that he can get away with doing what he's doing.
Is he also known as Chaos or Waranas?
Chaos. Yes.
Well,
Destroy the authority of chaos. Destroy the authority of Cush. If only then will you have peace.
I can kind of see where you're coming from, but I don't see that directly here. Like it's a quote, it's in quotations, which I know aren't there in Hebrew, but you,
What's in quotations?
the "you are my battle axe" and that whole section where he says "you" or "for with you, with you, with you, with you, with you, with you." So there's many fingers pointing at the "you."
Okay, so let's look it up.
And it looks to me like the only people that they're being referred to immediately before is the portion of Jacob, and then Israel and Jehovah. But I don't get the direct equation.
You know,
So
Baal
thou,
worship or Baal worship is throughout the world. It's not in one small location.
so we have the word thou, which has been translated as you, but it's actually et, right? Et my battle axe. So what does that mean?
Aleph Tav, is that what it is? Is an
Yeah,
Aleph
Aleph Tav, et, right? 859. Where do we got? 859 right here. Whoops. What did I just do?
So should that be read as the Aleph Tav is the battle axe?
You want to say that?
Well,
We have it translated here as the word you, as one who has arrived. Thou, thee. Okay? You, ye. Aleph, Aleph Tav, hey.
that's a ta. Or that's how I would say that.
Okay. So there you go. So who's the subject of the you? That's your question, right?
That's my question. I
Because
want
in the
to
verse
identify
before, the
who
portion of
you is.
Jacob is not like them, for he has the former of all things. And Israel is the rod of his inheritance. The Lord of hosts is his name. You art my battle axe. So you're thinking that the you are my battle axe is Israel.
Well, is it? That's my question. Is it Jacob? Is it Israel? Is it Jehovah? It seems at the moment it's leaning towards Jehovah himself
Okay.
because of the Aleph Tav.
Because of the Aleph Tav here.
Yes.
Okay.
It
And
could be a mistranslation as to be said you, because if I just see an Aleph Tav, that's like his stamp.
Yeah, okay, so and with thee, with who? So now we gotta look up, I will break in pieces. And with thee, I will break in pieces.
He
The
says
horse.
it so many times in that small area, the with you or you are.
So he's gonna use different nations. So we are talking about Jeremiah using Babylon at the beginning of, 586 BC, right? 586 BC. And yet this is for the next 2,500 years, 2,800 years. So this prophecy is, not just one time event, which is what we just looked at here, showing you, comparing it to Revelation 18. Correct? Do you follow me there?
Yeah.
So the bell, the breaking in pieces, is referring to the god of Bel, which is Cush, the hammer of Cush, the authority that he took, the Molnar, which is the battle axe, which becomes the symbol. Yes. Right? So they're all connected together in that section. That's what he's doing. So this is a play on words. It's a play on that Jehovah is doing. He's turning the same thing that broke in pieces the world at the Tower of Babel and became the Babylon Empire. He's going to use that same empire or other empires to break it in pieces as it has broken the world in pieces. So Jehovah's having a pun here, a Hebrew idiom type pun.
Yeah, I know there's some poetry going on in there, and it's probably only best understood, looked at as straight Hebrew to see the connections between the words, right? The actual letters that he chooses.
Well,
I would think.
the battle axe, the breaking in pieces, the bell, those are all connected to the same thing that Cush did with the Tower of Babel. And Cush is the one that organized the Tower of Babel. So there's a tremendous amount of, if you want to understand this really deeply, you got to read the Two Babylons by Alexander Hislop. And he will draw out each of these words in great detail.
And it's a pretty deep read too.
Yeah. And again, that's another homework assignment that only a few of you will do.
Yeah, who's got time for homework these days? I'm
So if
doing
the
good
SWATs,
I'm doing good just to show up for class.
so if the SWAT sticker showed up back in 45 or whatever, took care of the Jews, God's people, Israel, specifically Judah, went underground, and that was the Roman Empire involved in that quite deeply, as is starting to develop today with Assyria and Germany. I'll say Germany. It's starting again, and like you said, one of Hitler's wishes was that the Muslims would have absorbed into their system, because remember, he did go and meet with the Muslims at one point and tried to rally them together, and they were both on the same page to destroy all the Jews. It never fully developed to that point, but I've got a book here that shows pictures of him meeting with the Mufti, the Grand Mufti, back then, and he was trying to collude with them to do that, and I guess it never really took off, but it came close.
It did take off because the Grand Mufti, who was Arafat's uncle, I believe, wanted to really impress Hitler, so they were more severe than the SS were in Europe. They were more brutal. Anyway, Sarkis, go ahead.
I think there's a correlation between those verses and Psalm chapter 2, because it's using the same terms, same terminologies about, Yeshua, about Jesus ruling the earth, and but here, what we see here is he's using other nations to break and destroy Babylon.
Yes.
So the terms in verse 19, the portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the rod of his inheritance. The Lord of hosts is his name. And the word Israel there is, you can see it, it's not in the original Hebrew. It's just added there. So when you look at this, it has to do with the seed of Jacob. It's just that he's taking command to do what he wants to do, and that is what Jehovah God is saying, that I will destroy Babylon, just like they destroyed my people, I will destroy them. And so that's my 2 cents there.
I like your Psalms too. I just took a quick look there, and yeah, it's very interesting, very well connected. Thank you. Ella.
Just kind of on the lines of what Sarkis said, if chapter 51, 1 through 18 are about the judgments against Babylon, but then it says the portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the rod of his inheritance. the Lord of hosts' name, you are my battle axe and weapons of war, for with you will I break in pieces the nations, and in you will I destroy kingdoms. And it goes on to me to say this is what Israel, Jacob will do.
Yep. Very good. Thank you. The SS, somebody's asking about the SS. The SS is what the Nazis, I don't know, the not stormtroopers. They were just the worst of the German army.
Yeah, their emblem was a double S and it looked like lightning bolts.
That's right. Which also goes back to Cush.
Yeah.
And you can take that again. If you'd done your homework, you'd know this, right?
I remember
okay.
this.
So let's move on here now. Let's go on to we are now going to go to Proverbs 26. Proverbs 26. Who's up for this?
I got it. Like snow in summer and rain in harvest, so esteem is not fitting for a fool. As a bird wanders, as a swallow flies about, so a curse without cause does not come. A whip for a horse, a bridle for a donkey, and a rod for the fool's back. Do not answer a fool according to his folly, lest you also become like him. Answer a fool accordingly to his folly, lest he become wise in his own eyes. He who sends a message by the hand of a fool cuts off feet, drinks damage. The legs of the lame hang limp, so is a proverb in the mouth of fools. Like one binding a stone in a sling, so is he who gives esteem to a fool. A thorn goes into the hand of a drunkard, so is a proverb in the mouth of fools. An archer who wounds anyone is he who hires a fool or any passerby. As a dog returns to his own vomit, so a fool repeats his folly. Have you seen a man wise in his own eyes? There is more expectancy for a fool than for him. The lazy one says, there is a lion in the way. A fierce lion is in the streets. As a door turns on its hinges, so does the lazy one turn on his bed. The lazy one buries his hand in a dish. It tires him to bring it back to his mouth. The lazy one is wiser in his own eyes than 7 rendering advice. A passerby meddling in a strife not his own is like one who takes hold of a dog by the ears. Like a madman who throws sparks, arrows, and death, so is a man who deceived his neighbor and says, I was only joking. For lack of wood, the fire goes out, and without a slanderer, strife ceases. As charcoal is to burning coals and wood to fire, so is a contentious man to kindle strife. The words of a slanderer are as dainty morsels, which go down into the inner parts of the heart. Burning lips with an evil heart are like earthenware covered with silver dross. He who hates pretends with his lips and lays up deceit within him. Though he speaks kindly, do not believe him, for there are 7 abominations in his heart. Hatred is covered by deceit. His evil is disclosed in the assembly. Whoever digs a pit falls into it, and whoever rolls a stone, it turns back on him. A lying tongue hates its bruised ones, and a flattering mouth works ruin.
Ba-boom. Verse 20. Where there is no wood, the fire goes out, and where there is no talebearer, strife ceases. shut your mouth. Don't be spreading gossip. Don't be repeating tales. Unless you are an eyewitness to it, shut up. Man, oh man.
I just
Brian.
said, oh, sorry.
Go ahead,
I didn't
Aaron.
mean to interrupt. I just said, ouch, ouch, ouch. Convicted by the Holy Spirit the whole way through with that one. Oh my goodness. But it's good. So
No,
anyways.
it is good. You know, there's, okay, I'm just gonna shut up before I dig a hole here. Yeah, Brian, dig your own hole.
Yeah, yeah, pass the shovel, right? No, I was thinking the slander referring to Lashon Harah and the leprosy, which you read earlier, is evident of the fool, and just it just repeats itself so many times throughout Scripture. If you look for it, you'll see that how our words can come back and hurt us and haunt us, and sometimes it's like there's a proverb that says it's like when you tell a gossip, it's like going on top of a mountain and emptying out a feather pillow, and all the feathers go flying. There's no way you're going to get all those feathers back to the pillow. It just, the words that we speak are like the feathers that fly that we don't know where it goes. And sometimes it comes back to hurt us though. Just a thought.
Yeah.
And what did Mother say? She says, if you got nothing good to say, don't say it at all. That's the bottom line.
Yeah. Too many people know more than Mother does though. And I just got to bite my tongue. There's a lot of things going on that I could say. Sarkis.
A lot of times gossip happens when we say, hey, pray for my friend, pray for this person. And they start giving details without permission of the other person. And that's how we can start gossips as well. Supposedly good intentions. And it's a common practice that we need to be careful about.
Yeah. Again, okay, I gotta stop. I'm gonna say something I'm gonna regret. So I'm gonna stop. But man, there's a ton of stuff here. People just need to read this one chapter. Okay, last chapter, last Torah portion for today is Acts 23.
Okay, that's me. And Shaul, earnestly beholding the council, said, Men and brethren, I have lived in all good conscience before Jehovah until this day. And the high priest Ananias commanded them that stood by him to smite him on the mouth. Then said Shaul unto him, Jehovah shall smite you, you whited wall, for sittest thou to judge me after the law, and commandest me to be smitten contrary to the law? And they that stood by said, Revilest thou Jehovah's high priest? Then said Shaul, I did not know, brethren, that he was the high priest. For it is written, You shall not speak evil of the ruler of your people. But when Shaul perceived that the one part were Sadducees and the other Pharisees, he cried out in the council, Men and brethren, I am a Pharisee, the son of a Pharisee. Of the hope and resurrection of the dead I am called in question. And when he had so said, there arose a dissension between the Pharisees and Sadducees, and the multitude was divided. For the Sadducees say that there is no resurrection, neither angel nor spirit, but the Pharisees confess both. And there arose a great cry, and the scribes that were of the Pharisees' part arose and strove, saying, We find no evil in this man, but if a spirit or an angel has spoken to him, let us not fight against Jehovah. And when there arose a great dissension, the chief captain, fearing lest Shaul should have been pulled in pieces by them, commanded the soldiers to go down, and to take him by force from among them, and to bring him into the castle. And the night following, Jehovah stood by him, and said, Be of good cheer, Shaul, for as you have testified of me in Jerusalem, so you must bear witness also at Rome. And when it was day, certain of the Jews banded together, and bound themselves under a curse, saying that they would neither eat nor drink till they had killed Shaul. And they were more than 40 which had made this conspiracy. And they came to the chief priests and elders and said, We have bound ourselves under a great curse that we will eat nothing until we have slain Shaul. Now therefore you with the council signify to the chief captain that he bring him down unto you tomorrow, as though you would inquire something more perfectly concerning him, and we, or ever he come near, whenever he come near, are ready to kill him. And when Shaul's sister's son heard of their lying in wait, he went and entered into the castle and told Shaul. Then Shaul called one of the centurions unto him and said, Bring this young man unto the chief captain, for he has a certain thing to tell him. So he took him and brought him to the chief captain and said, Shaul the prisoner called me unto him and prayed me to bring this young man unto you, who has something to say unto you. Then the chief captain took him by the hand and went with him aside privately and asked him, What is it that you have to tell me? And he said, The Jews have agreed to desire you that you would bring down Shaul tomorrow into the council, as though you would inquire somewhat of him more perfectly. But do not yield unto them, for they lie in wait for him of them more, there lie in wait for him of them more than 40 men, which have bound themselves with an oath that they will neither eat nor drink till they have killed him. And now are they ready, looking for a promise from you. So the chief captain then let the young man depart, and charged him, Don't tell any man what you've shown these things to me. And he called unto him 2 centurions, saying, Make ready 200 soldiers to go to Caesarea, and horsemen 70, and spearmen 200 at the 3rd hour of the night. And provide them beasts, that they may set Shaul on, and bring him safe unto Felix the governor. And he wrote a letter after this manner. Claudius Lysias unto the most excellent governor Felix sends greeting. This man was taken of the Jews, and should have been killed with them. Then came I with an army and rescued him, having understood that he was a Roman. And when I would have known the cause wherefore they accused him, I brought him forth into their council, whom I perceived to be accused of questions of their law, but to have nothing laid to his charge worthy of death or of bonds. And when it was told me how that the Jews had laid wait for the man, I sent straightway to you, and gave commandment to his accusers also to say before you what they had against him. Farewell. Then the soldiers, as it was commanded them, took Shaul, and brought him by night to Antipater. On the morrow they left the horsemen to go with him, and returned to the castle. Who, when they came to Caesarea, delivered the epistle to the governor, presented Shaul also before him. And when the governor had read the letter, he asked of what province he was. And we understood that he was of Cilicia. I will hear you, said he, when your accusers are also come. And he commanded him to be kept in Herod's judgment hall.
Thank you, Ella. I just think that's another really good story about what's going on here. But I'm asking myself, well, why is he being brought to Caesarea and charged with when he's not had any charges brought against him, except that the Jews were going to kill him for an infraction of their law? So that's just me questioning it as I read it. Anyone else got anything they want to say on this?
Bribery.
Bribery by who?
He's expecting some bribery from the Jews.
Who is?
Was it Festus?
I didn't read that in here. Did you?
Hold on. No, but he wants to hear the accusation on the other side. And typically, whenever it goes to the top, and let me get out of that mode here. Felix, I'm sorry. Okay, so Felix historically is known that he always made deals.
So you're in the chapter 24.
I am?
Yeah,
No,
we're
23.
Where does it say he's going to meet Felix?
Verse 26.
Verse 26.
Ah, my bad. I read right over it. Sorry. Yeah, okay.
Okay, so if we look at the timing, there were several governors, a very short period of time there. They were all corrupt. And that's what caused eventually the riots in Jerusalem and the destruction of Jerusalem. And basically they had a lot of deal making. And one of the things here we could see later on as we read, they were expecting either Paul pay him or the Jews from Jerusalem to pay him favors.
Okay.
So
they've just, the Roman centurion just brought a potential money deal to Felix is what you're saying. So therefore, he's going to wait
not
to hear.
necessarily, it's not their intentions,
No,
but that's
no.
what happened.
Yeah. So that's why he's going to wait till hear your accuser so I can get more money out of somebody.
Yep.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind as we
Did
go
I-
forward.
Did I understand they were gonna send 200 to guard him?
They sent 200 to escort him from Jerusalem to
Yeah.
Caesarea.
For one man? They better get paid. That's an expensive one.
Well, yeah, but Felix is not worried about paying the soldiers. He was just
No.
more worried about having his soldiers ambushed by 40 bandits.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this one man is costing him some money. He's got to recoup it. And so he's got to find a way. And if he's a wheel and dealer, that sounds like Sarkis might be on the right track with that.
Okay. Okay.
And it's like Paul said, he wasn't even able to recognize that the guy was the high priest. So evidently he was just looked like one of the crew there, you know, and that's why Paul rebuked him, but he would not have rebuked him had he known he was the high priest, because then he quoted the law that you're not supposed to talk like that.
Yeah.
So
Everyone else is quiet. We've warned them out.
Well, I think Paul knew his situation would be like Stephen. If he stayed there and defended himself in the council, he would end up being stoned just like Stephen.
Well, he also had a voice tell him, be of good,
Yeah.
verse 11, be of good cheer, Paul, for as you have testified of me in Jerusalem, so you must also bear witness at Rome. So
Yeah, but
Paul's been tipped off. He knows where he's going.
If you go to the next chapter in verse 26, he hoped that money should have been given him for Paul. That he might.
but that happened after Paul. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that's, again, you're reading ahead. We can't read ahead. I can't argue about stuff ahead. I only know about stuff that's going on right now. So, yeah. You're right. So that's what Sarkis was saying, that he's looking to be bribed. So, but Paul knew he was going to Rome to testify before the leaders there because Jehovah told him.
But that's after he encountered the council.
Yeah.
But if you look at previous chapters, he already knew he was going to be bound and sentenced. The question was how it was going to happen. He didn't know that, but he knew it was going to end up being in Rome anyway. The question here is, what was the process? And he is going through the process. And here the Lord is assuring him that he's going to be able to do that, to be a witness in Rome. After he had encountered the event with the high priest and the Sadducees.
See, and that's, yeah. So there's certain things that happen, and then you start questioning, what am I doing here? What's going on? Am I really supposed to be doing this? And now they get a voice, or Paul gets a voice. Be of good cheer, Paul. For as you have testified to me in Jerusalem, so you must also bear witness at Rome. Boom. Okay, where'd that come out? It came out of the blue. Right? And he said, Jehovah said that and said it. So that's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. to be encouraged by Jehovah to carry on. This is all from me. Just do what you got to do. I'm in control.
Isn't that exactly what you're going through right now, Joseph? I mean, with leading your ministry, and each of us in our walks, even today, we're trying to be intimidated by government, by other people, by former friends, former churchgoers that we were friends with. Even now, we're going through the very same things Paul was going through, but God is giving that as an example, telling you, telling me, all of us, be of good cheer, hang in there. Don't worry about what's going on around you. Press in. It'll all be okay. Like the saying says, it'll all be good in the end. If it's not good, it's not the end. So
Yeah. Again, this is a conversation I have with myself, with James, with our leadership team all the time. All I've got to go by is this book. And thousands of people before me have read it and come up with all kinds of crazy stuff that's not in this book. Am I one of those guys? And I question myself daily, weekly, monthly, all the time. Am I understanding this correctly? I think I was even talking to Randy here just the other day. I'm still waiting for somebody to show me that I'm wrong about the Jubilee cycles, and it's all just a big figment of my imagination. But if I was holding my breath, I've been dead a long time ago, because that person hasn't come yet. So yes, I question all the time. Am I understanding this right? And, like today, reading Leviticus 14, just amazing, all the stuff we're learning and coming together. I've read Leviticus 14 many times years before. Didn't register, didn't ring a bell. It's ringing lots of bells today. The more I read, the more I learn, the more I understand. Then I go back and read it again. And the more I read, the more I understand that I didn't read before and understood. Now I do. And it's just like, wow. So yeah, I'm constantly questioning. And there's no voices going off here yet. So
oftentimes it's a still small voice. It's not audible. It's always one of those moments where God whispers. He doesn't yell.
Yes. So I didn't hear him yelling here at Paul. I thought that was pretty cool. Carry on, Paul. I got it under control. Keep going. Anyone else? Anything else? Or shall we? I've exhausted you.
The way I look at Paul every time now is he sat at Gamaliel's feet. So I look at him would be like the greatest or the best prosecuting attorney right now, somewhere. So that's just how Paul had handled himself. He knew the law, and he could tell you off with it, So
if you've been taught by one of the best teachers in Israel, and the other thing about Gamaliel, I've mentioned it before, but there are indications, there are hints that he was a closet converted believer. Yeah, I don't know where I got that from. I'd have to go and search that out again. But yeah, so Paul is, you've got one of the best teachers. That says a lot for Paul. So he's going to argue with some of the best arguments. And just like it says there, he looked and he saw that they're both Pharisees and Sadducees in the same room. So Paul said something that'll get them both fired up, right? The resurrection. He knew how to work the audience. Pay attention to who you're speaking to.
So now instead of resurrection, we talk about the rapture.
Well, it's the same thing. So, I'm using the modern terminology, rapture, when I talk to these people, and they think I'm talking about first trib, mid trib, or post trib. They don't really know which one I'm talking about. And then I get the people who are anti-rapture, which used to be me, coming in there, anti-rapture people. And I tell them, Paul taught about the rapture. He didn't call it the rapture. but he talked about the rapture because he knew the law, and the law comes from Leviticus 23, which talks about the rapture. Don't you know that? And well, two things just happened. First of all, they've thrown out the law, so therefore they can't know it. And then those who do know the law don't know that it talks about a rapture at all. And yet it does. It's so obvious. Like there's, I think you all know there's the first, and there's the one we're waiting for is the second one, which we just read in Revelation today. The first resurrection, it's actually the second. And then there's the third resurrection, which happens at the end of the seventh millennium. Those are only taught when you understand the holy days. So trying to get people to understand that the rapture is spoken of the holy days, which is what the mystery of the Jewish rapture is about. Again, I wasn't going to let Philemon ask his question because it would interrupt our teaching. Now we're at the end here. He's gone to sleep. But that's what the mystery of the Jewish rapture is all about. Shavuot and Wave Sheaf Day. And if you don't know that, get the book. But, it's just so you guys are all saying, well, that's old news. Yeah, it wasn't known just too long ago. I got a smile here on myself today. Somebody said, well, everyone knows that the day and hour no one knows is talking about the Feast of Trumpets. I said, yeah, everyone may know that today, but just 10 years ago, nobody did. 15 years ago, no one was saying that. 20 years ago, wasn't even a thought because nobody was keeping the crescent moon calendar. So that understanding is brand new revelation that's come about in the last 15, 17 years. Because when I looked for the answer to that question, nobody had it. That was brand new revelation. Now it's common knowledge, as it should be. Everything we're talking about here should be common knowledge. I shouldn't be sitting here at all. It should be common knowledge, but it isn't. So hopefully in another 10, 15 years, everything that we talk about today, Leviticus 14 should be common knowledge. But the rapture should be common knowledge. The truth of the rapture should be common knowledge. Let's rephrase that.
I think a lot of things that God had stored up all these centuries have just now been revealed in the last 20 years for such a time as this, just for us. I think we fail to realize how special I think we are in God's eyes, that he has chosen us out of all people to carry forth his message in these last days. What an honor and a privilege. I think we look at it saying, oh, woe is me. Oh, I got to go through this. I got to pay the bills, taxes, wars, rumors, pestilences, disease, COVID. We got to look at it and say, we're something special. I mean, God has chosen us for a reason. And while many are called, but few choose. We misinterpret that verse where it says many are called, but few are chosen, because it really says many are called, but few choose. We have chosen to follow this path and to walk in Torah. And it's a great privilege and an honor just to be amongst fellow like-minded believers such as all of you here, and to be able to walk in this walk specifically in these last days. Out of all the centuries of people that God has had lived on this earth, that he has ordained to be on this earth, we are the special chosen ones at this time to bring forth the final, bringing in the message as Elijah type spirit, ushering in the Messiah before he comes. What an honor. We have to look at it that way.
Brian, I just want to hug you. Just give you one good big old bear hug right now. You're 100% right in what you just said. I took Randy, or I didn't take Randy. Randy came with me and joined me in Israel this year. I got to show him Joshua's altar. That was only discovered in 1989. Like, how long ago is that? I've been to Noah's Ark. That was only discovered in 98, or actually 61, but 98 by Ron Wyatt. No, not 98. He died in 98. I'm sorry. So sometime before that, 94 maybe. I don't know. I forgot the year. 89, 80, I forget when. Randy and I also climbed Mount Sinai this year, which only just opened up to the public in 2019. We were to go in 2020, but COVID stopped us. Like, that's amazing. We got to climb Mount Sinai. We got to see the golden calf altar. We got to see these things. I took Randy and I showed him where the temple was. I showed him where the burial chamber was of Yeshua, Joseph of Arimathea's tomb. I showed him what Golgotha was. I showed him the Azazel Valley. That guy's got more flies in his mouth from his mouth hanging open than you can shake a stick at. It was just amazing that we are able to see all these things today. We got video of the chariots underneath the Red Sea. You know, that wasn't possible till what, 50 years ago. And what, 50 years ago, they came out with the Ten Commandment movie. Now we can see the real chariots under the sea. Yeah, all these things have come out in the last, at the end of this age. And now you look at us, you know, our calling in the last 15, 20 years or less. Before that, there was nobody doing what we're doing. There was some Jews, some Christians. Nobody kept the crescent moon. Nobody. That started in 1994. Yet it was always talked about. All these things that we have now come to understand started in this Jubilee cycle. And when you understand that and you see that, and I hope you see it, because that's what I'm talking about, this book that's about to come out. And just so you know, the book is ready, it's done. I can't get Amazon to work cooperative with me about the index lining up with the titles. Yet in my version, they all line up, but on Amazon, they don't. And so we're struggling to get that to work, but it's ready to go. You're going to see all the things that have been restored and when they were restored and where we are in that schedule. These 10 days, 40 days of awe that we're doing now this year are symbolic of the 40 years or 10 years of awe that are coming, that we're in. And it's just absolutely stunning to understand this stuff. So, yeah, everything you just said, Brian, it's amazing that we can understand anything at all. That's because he chose us. He removed the veil from our eyes. It's not that you or I are super smarter than everybody else, because we're not. He's chosen the stupidest people on earth to teach these things to. And I volunteered for that. I qualified. So, yeah, we are very blessed and very, it's an awesome opportunity that we have. So endure to the end. Okay, let's wrap this up. Matt is going to do the closing prayer for us today. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you for the honor. I'm going to hold my boy because he's running around. So, Father God, I just wanted to thank you for Joe and his ministry and all of our brothers and sisters that have been brought to the knowledge of the truth through and by him. Father God, I pray for all of the modern churchgoers that still have the scale over their eyes, or that hear but refuse to listen, and there is a difference. May you lead them to the knowledge of the truth in your own time, for your own purpose, Lord. Father God, thank you for your Torah. Thank you for Shabbat and your holy days celebrated under the correct time and not the talking out calendar that is still in existence today. And at some point in time, hopefully, all of our brothers and sisters will know and come to know the truth as we know it. Father God, I ask for blessing and protection over our brother Joe, over Randy, who gave me this amazing opportunity, over all of our families, my wife, and our family. And we just thank you, Lord, for your son as we await
his coming and his presence, so that we may tabernacle with him upon his return. I say these things in Yehovah's name, on the mighty precious blood of his son Yeshua. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. And again, if you're watching this at home, thank you very much. Tune in, sign up for sightofmoon.com on the YouTube channel, and join us on our newsletter list. And pray for James. James and I are still struggling to get this new system working. Some things are working. We had to send out the newsletter 2 times there on Friday. First time it went to 38 people, and then nothing else. And so we got some bugs here that we're trying to figure out. And James and I are both flat out beat. Just our minds are done. So if you're not getting the newsletter, then I urge you to sign up to the Mark of the Beast, get your name on that list. And that seems to help some. Brian, did that help you when you did it? Did you get the newsletter this week? No, you still didn't get it. No, I didn't get it on my Yahoo account either this week. So
No, I didn't.
we still got stuff to figure out, and we're still trying to figure it out. And I'm sorry, but the information I gained using the system is much better than our old system. Just it is. Anyway, pray for us. We're still struggling to make it all work. And by the time we get it all figured out, the internet's going to crash anyway. So who cares, right? I don't know. Anyway, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Thank you all for joining us. See you next week. Bye-bye.